Welcome to my React Native crash course for 2025. In this video, you're going to go from a complete beginner to knowing how to build a complete full-stack habit tracker app from scratch using React Native, Expo, and Appwrite. This course is designed for absolute beginners. Whether you are brand new to mobile development or switching over from web, you'll learn how to build beautiful UIs, create different screens, manage state, connect a backend, and create real mobile experiences, all using the most up-to-date and modern tools. We'll go step by step, starting from the fundamentals and slowly progressing to a fully featured app with user authentication, real-time habit tracking, and clean responsive design. Now, React Native continues to be one of the most powerful frameworks for building cross-platform apps in 2025. You write code once with React and your app runs on iOS, Android, and even the web, all with native performance. Plus, with tools like Expo, it's never been easier to prototype and ship apps fast. It's trusted by companies like Instagram, Shopify, and Discord, and backed by the massive open source ecosystem. If you are a React developer or just getting started with mobile, React Native is your best next move. So first things first, how exactly does React Native work? Well, like I said, it allows you to build mobile apps using JavaScript and React, but instead of running in a browser, it runs on a real mobile device. That means that you have access to native features like a camera, GPS, and more. It lets you use a single codebase for both iOS and Android, saving you tons of time and effort in the process. Now, there's a couple core React Native components that I want you guys to just keep in mind before we start the tutorial. We're obviously going to go over them later on, but for now, I just want to present it to you. The first component is a view, and a view in React Native is like a container or a wrapper. Think of it as a div in HTML. It's used to lay out your app and holds other components inside. Views can be styled to control the layout of your UI, like controlling width, height, margins, and paddings. The second component is text, and the text component is used to display, like the name implies, text on your screen. Think of it like the paragraph tag in HTML, but with more customization options for styling fonts, colors, and alignment. The third is a text input. The text input component is used to get text directly from the user. It is like a normal input, but it's way more tailored for the developer experience. It is mainly used for stuff like login forms or a search bar. And the final component is a ScrollView. And a ScrollView is something that you usually don't see on a web project, but it is a component that allows you to create a scrollable area when the content exceeds the screen size. Now, those are just a couple of the core components we're going to be using, but we're going to be using a lot more as well. And also, in order to create our React Native app, we'll be using a powerful open source framework that will work on top of React Native called Expo. Expo simplifies the development process and allows you to build mobile apps with React Native without needing to set up complicated native code. It provides a set of tools, libraries, and services that speed up development and make it easier to test and deploy your apps. With Expo, you can instantly preview your app using your phone through an app called the Expo Go app without needing to deal with Xcode or Android Studio. You can also access device features like the camera, GPS, notifications, and so on right out of the box without needing to write native code. You can use a powerful development environment with a fast refresh for you to actually see your changes in a simulator or in your real device. And in short, Expo is perfect for quickly getting started with React Native and building apps that can run on both iOS and Android without having to waste time on setup. We're going to be using Expo for this video, and if you want to check out the code for the video, it's going to be in the description together with an even more advanced version that I didn't include in the video, but could help you guys have an idea of how a large-scale React Native app could look like. Also, if you enjoyed the way I teach React, you should check out my new React.js course for beginners. It's been almost a month since I released this course and the feedback has been incredible. Also, in the first month, we have early bird pricing, so if you click on the link in the description and you use the code EARLY100, you'll get 20% off my course. In this course, you will learn everything related to React.js as a beginner, and I'll take you all the way to knowing how to build large-scale apps through 4 different big projects. So if you're interested in that, go ahead and click the link in the description and check it out. Now that we got all of this out of the way, let's get into the video. Okay, everyone. Now that we understand some of the main core concepts of React Native, let's start building React Native application inside of our computer. Now, in order for us to create our app, I have here a folder that I opened up inside of my code editor of choice, which is VS Code. And I want to open up my terminal and run the following command. I want to run npx create Expo app. Then I'm going to put a dot, which will represent that I want to create this Expo app inside of the current directory that I'm in, which is the folder that I created. Now, if you've never run this create Expo app command before, you'll probably be prompted to install the package, just as you can see over here. And this is the version of Create Expo app that I'm using. Now, if you don't have the package installed, just press enter and it will install the CLI command and also start setting up your app. When the project is done creating, you should see this little message saying that your project is ready and that you can run your project using one of the following commands. Now, like I said before, when you create a project with React Native and specifically with Expo, you're actually creating a project that runs on Android, on iOS, and on the web all natively. So you can actually see the version of your app running on an Android emulator, an iOS simulator, or your actual browser. Now, I want to go over briefly how a Boilerplate Expo project is generated. So I want to talk about the different folders and files that come with a React Native Expo app. And so you already have an idea because, as you can see, it already has a bunch of different folders and it might be a little bit overwhelming at first. Now, the main thing that you should know is that a React Native app using Expo is very similar to a normal React app, right? You see we have our package.json to manage our dependencies, our tsconfig because we're using TypeScript, and all of the other folders that you might see in a normal React app. Now, the thing is, this is not actually a fully built from scratch project in React Native. When we run the create Expo app command, it actually creates a project using the default template. And this template has an essential boilerplate code with other libraries that are essential for you to build your app. So a lot of different packages are actually already installed because of this boilerplate app, but we can actually reset it if we want to. Now, to test out what the boilerplate code is, I'm going to run npm run web. Now, in order for me to show you guys what the boilerplate project is, I'm going to choose what type of software I want to run my application on. And since we're building an app, I'm going to run on iOS. I already have the Xcode simulator installed, the iPhone simulator installed into my computer. If you don't, you have to install it. But if you want to just run it on web, you can do that as well. So I'm going to run npm run iOS, and you'll see that it will start a project using iOS. But as you can see, if you don't have the iOS simulator installed, it will actually give you an option for you to install the different developer tools that you need. So I'm going to put yes over here. It's going to open up Xcode. And as you can see, even though I do have Xcode, it's just an older version in this computer I'm using to record this video, we have to install the iOS component in its latest version, and it is 8.86 gigabytes. So I just click here, download and install, and it will start installing the system component for the iOS simulator. It shouldn't take that long. I uninstalled it into this computer so you guys can get an idea of how to actually set it up. But if you're using Windows, and you have Android Studio and you want to run an Android app, you can use the Android Studio emulator as well. If you want to build it for both types of mobile phones, but you don't want to use the emulators, I would recommend just running it on web, and you'll get the experience on running those emulators later on. So I'm gonna wait for this to reinstall the iOS 18.4 simulator, and I'll be back when it's done. Now I have successfully installed the simulator, so I can just run again npm run iOS, and you might run into this issue where it gives you the same text saying that you need to actually install. But you see that if this message is still occurring after installing Xcode, you might need to finish the installation by running this command. So you copy this command over here and you close out the terminal, you run it, it will ask for your computer password. You just run your computer password, and now if we run npm run iOS again, it should actually run our iOS simulator. It's running on iPhone 16 Pro. It will open for me. As you can see over here on the right, I have my simulator opened up. All I did was I just searched for the simulator app that I just installed on my MacBook computer. And as you can see, it has installed the Expo app. Not only that, but it also has the name of your app, which is the name of the folder. Now, if I click close over here, this is our app. We have our app successfully running. Now, you see that this is the Boilerplate app, which comes with all of the folders that I mentioned. But like I said, this is actually just a template and you can build up off of this. However, since I'm teaching you guys React Native from scratch, we don't want to actually build our project and learn using this template. We want to reset the project such that it is at a clean slate. And to do that, we have this very nifty command, which we can run on a new terminal called npm run reset project. And when we run this, it is going to ask if we want to delete all of the files or move them into another one. I'm going to put no, actually, because then it will actually delete all of the parts of the project that were part of that template. So you see here, it deleted a bunch of files and it generated some of the files that are necessary for a project to run, such as the app folder and the other two files here that I'll mention in a second. And we have a new project from scratch, so we can actually get started. So let's get started with this app folder, which is the most important part of your project. So let's start with the folder. What is this folder? Well, the app folder is similar to like the app folder in other frameworks like NextJS. It is actually where all of your routes, meaning all of the pages / screens that you have in your app, are gonna live. Now, we're gonna talk about navigation and creating routes, but the way you define navigation, different pages in your app, is through a file-based system. So we're going to be creating files and folders inside of here to determine the different screens we have on our app. Now, each file that you put inside of this app will automatically become screen. However, there are two super important files that are here by default, and you need to understand what they are. So the first one is the index.tsx. This is the index route. Now this file is the entry point of our app and it will execute when the development server starts. By default, we see here that it uses some of the core React Native components that we've mentioned. So like I mentioned in the beginning of the video, a view is more thought of like a div in a normal web project, and a text is more thought of as a paragraph tag or an H1 tag. Now, this index screen over here is the main screen that you have in your project, but you can create other ones as well. Now, all of those screens are defined by the Expo router framework. Now, there are a couple of things that you need to understand about navigation and routing in React Native and Expo. So, like I said, this is a file-based routing, and that means that in this app directory over here, we have to define folders and files to determine the different routes and screens we're going to have. Now, all of them are binded together by this layout file over here. This root layout is actually where we define shared UI elements in between all of the different routes. So this means that, for example, in your app, if you have UI elements that you might want to have on every single screen, like maybe a header, different tabs, to navigate between them, things that should stay consistent in between all the different routes, you would put them over here. Now, this stack over here represents whichever screen you're in. So if you have worked with React in the past and you've worked with something like React Router DOM or something like NextJS file-based routing as well, you might know what I'm talking about. Depending on what screen we're in, the screen UI will be rendered over here, and whatever we put around it will actually be displayed as well. So I could put here a text that will say hello, and if I import text from React Native, you should see that hello should show up no matter what. Now the thing is, hello is showing up over here, but it's showing up right at the top here. I don't know if you can even see it, probably not. Maybe if I just like copy and paste this like a bunch of times, you might see it, but it is appearing above the stack. And if I put this below here as well, you'll see that it will appear below. Whatever is in between both of them is the screen that we're in, and it's being represented by this stack. Now, how do we create a different route or different screen in our application? So the way we're going to do this is we're going to come here to our app folder, and we're going to create a new navigation item. So to add a new screen to this stack, I could come here to our app folder, and I can just create a new file. Now, the name of the file is what is going to determine what the name of the screen is. So for example, if I want to make an login screen, I could just make a login.tsx. And for example, if I want to make a login screen, I can just make a login.tsx. And now I can export a component from inside this file. So I'm going to export default function. I can give it whatever name I want, but usually what I like for naming convention is I name the name of the screen, so login, and then I put screen. And then inside of here, we need to return some sort of UI. We're going to return a view with some sort of, I don't know, text inside of it. We can put whatever UI we want. Now I'm going to import this UI over here. So I'm going to import view and text from React Native. And I'm going to put, hello, this is the login page. Now, when I save this, absolutely nothing happens. We still see our index.tsx, right? This screen over here. It's whatever I put in here, you'll see it will update to this. However, we don't see the login page that we just created. And the reason for that is because in our root layout over here, we never actually defined that screen. So what we want to do is we actually want to keep this stack component, but we want to actually like not self-close it. And inside of here, we're going to define each individual stack screen. So this is how you define a screen. You just say stack screen, you need to give it a name. So we have here obviously the index screen that we can create, it already existed, but now we're just formalizing it. And we can pass some options, for example, and different options that you can pass to a screen is, for example, a name, which is the required prop that you need to pass, and a bunch of other optional ones as well. Now, they're not important for now, but you might need to use them in the future. The important one is just knowing that you need to pass a title for each individual screen. Now, the home screen is going to be called home. And you see that immediately this changes to home when before it didn't even compile. But if I put something else over here, now it changes at the top. So this is what the purpose of the title is. Now we can define another screen over here, and this other screen is not going to be the index, it's going to be the login screen. And we can give it a different name like login as well. And we now know that it exists. But again, how do I get to that screen? Well, to get to that screen, we need to find a way to navigate to it. And since our project starts from the index route, we need a way to do that through the index route. Now, in order to navigate between screens, there's a couple ways. Now, the most web-centric way that you can imagine is by using a link. And there is actually a link component that you can use from Expo router. Now, this link component is pretty simple. It's like any link component you might use in a normal web React library. You just call the link, you put some sort of text like login page, and then you have to pass here an href. So the href is just the route to your screen. And you see that immediately it already offers us different options that we might want to use that are existing in our project, specifically the login one that we want. So we can create this over here, and you should see that now we have this login page text, but it doesn't really look like a link or a button, right? So I'm going to show you guys in a second how to actually make this look a little bit better by applying some styling. But for now, we know that if we click on this, we are actually navigating to the login screen, and we see the UI that we created in this login screen. We also have, by default, easy backtracking navigation that is implemented for us without anything to worry about. So you can see how we can actually move between different parts of the app without having to worry. Now, how do I apply some styling to make this link look a little bit better? Well, you could apply similar to what we've mentioned here, right? There's a style thing over here that you can use. I could come over here and just say style and apply some inline styling. I can make this, for example, be a button, so I can set the width to be, I don't know, something like 200, and then the height to be, let's make it like 50. It's gonna look kind of weird. I can set a background color to be coral. Actually, this has to be a string, and then it will look like this. I'll put some border radius, and I'll say it's like 8. Then I can also text align to center, and I could also just make this width and height actually smaller, like way smaller, something like this, right? So obviously it doesn't look amazing, but I'm just showing you guys that this is how you would apply styling to this, and it will look a little bit more like what the UI element should look like. Now there's a different way for you to actually apply styling. You see that here we have styles for our view and for our link. Now obviously you could apply the styling through inline styling like this. However, sometimes you might want to keep it all condensed in one place. So you can actually use the style sheet object that exists from a React Native, not Expo router. Sorry about that. Style sheet. And what this does is somewhere in your app, usually at the bottom, you can define a styles object. And you use this style sheet to create your screen's style sheet, which means you can define all the styles for your screen inside of this object. For example, let's grab this view over here, right? This is the view, so for the home page. So I can say view as the style that we are styling, and I can just copy all of these styles and just paste them over here. And then if I come to this style object over here, instead of directly inserting the styles, I can just say styles.view, and it will actually use the styles from that view. Now I can do the exact same thing here with the navigation button. I can create a nav button over here and paste that, and then I can just call this styles.nav button. So this is how you would apply some basic styling inside of your project. Now you might be asking yourself, okay, but when I use an app, it doesn't look like this. There's no buttons to navigate. That doesn't look like a real app. Real apps actually have some sort of navigation tabs, like some way for you to keep clicking, usually at the bottom, right, where you click between the different tabs in your app, you can navigate. If you think about like Instagram, TikTok, or any other app that you use, they all have those little tabs at the bottom, and you can actually navigate between the screens using that. So how do we do that? Well, that concept is called tabs, and it's actually really simple for you to implement in a React Native. The way we're going to do that is we're actually going to get the different screens that we have, which for now is the login and the index, and we're going to create a new folder. Now this folder is going to be called the tabs folder, and we have to use this little parentheses over here. Now this tab folder is a special folder because we can put different screens inside of it and group them together. Just put the navigation to them at the bottom of the screen as if we have some sort of like bottom tab navigator. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy the index and the login, and I'm just going to put them inside of the tabs folder. I'm just going to move them. And now that we have a collection of screens, which is why we use this parentheses over here, which is a way for us to indicate that this is a route group, we actually have to set up a layout for this group of routes. So I'm going to copy this layout file and I'm going to paste it on the tabs folder over here. Now this means that we have to define what are the screens that exist in this group. So the screens that exist on this group are the screens that we already created before. We are basically merging them into one group of screens that will exist in our app. Now we're going to call that group of screens the tabs, right? It's the name of the folder that we created over here. So on the layout inside of the tabs folder, we can just leave it like this. We can actually change the name instead of root layout. This is the tabs layout like this, but the layout folder, which has the root layout, can be changed to, instead of showing the two individual screens, it will actually just show or render the tab group. So in here, we're going to change this to have a name of tabs, which will match the name of the folder we created over here. Then you see that immediately the name of the title of the page over here has changed. And the reason for that is because it doesn't make sense to have a title for a group of screens, right? So actually in a group of screens, we don't want to show the header for this specific stack screen. So I'm going to remove the title over here, and I'm going to set a property called header shown to false. And now we are ready to make our bottom tab navigator. So how do we do that? Well, let's think about it. We want this piece of UI to appear on all of the routes that exist on the tabs folder, right? So since this navigator is going to navigate between the different screens on the tabs folder, I want that piece of UI with the buttons to navigate to appear regardless of which of the screens we are in. So that concept relates to the concept of what a layout does. So in this layout file over here, we can put UI that exist in between the two screen definitions, and it will appear no matter what. Now, the most basic way for us to achieve that tab navigation look is actually, we don't want to actually call this a stack, because this isn't a stack. This is what a stack would be. This is a tab, right? So we want to switch this from, instead of saying stack, we actually want to import from Expo router the tabs component, and we want to render that instead. Now we'll replace this to tabs.screen as well, and you'll see that when I save the file, automatically we're going to get the bottom tab navigator look. So we have here the two different routes, and we can actually navigate in between them by just clicking each individual tab. So now we don't need this login page thing. It looks kind of ugly. We can actually remove this from here. Great. Now we have a way for us to navigate, but it's kind of weird. We don't have, like, for example, we have the same icon for each of them. So how can we switch and customize each individual tab? So the way for you to do this is in your layout for the tabs, you can actually put some options for the tabs that you create. So the first thing that you can do is you can actually set a color to which tab is active. So for example, we are in the home tab over here. I might want to make this tab have a different color. So to do that, I can come to the tabs component over here. I can set a screen options object, and I can set a tab bar active tint color. And I can set this to be coral, for example, which is the color I used for that button. And now it changed the color of which tab is active. I could also change this to instead be tab bar active background color, and then it just becomes something a little bit more insane. I'll just keep it as it was before because it looks kind of okay. Now, one thing that we want to do as well maybe is actually changing the icon. So when you set up your project, it comes with this popular library called the Vector Icons library from Expo. So this is going to give you a lot of icons, and in every app that you create, you need to have an icon library just because of how common they are in mobile apps. So the way you import icons depend on which icons you're going to import. So we're going to open up over here the list of icons from Vector Icons, and I'll put the link for this together with the code for this video. But you can see that there is a list full of icons, and there are different icon providers, right? There's, as you can see, Design. If I just search for the home icon, we can get one from Typo, Feather, Font Awesome, a bunch of them. So you choose whichever one you want. For example, let's get this one from Home. You can see that the way we do this is you copy this command over here to import it. you paste it at the top, and then you can copy the rendering of that component by just copying that and then just pasting it over here. So if I go back into our app, you see that actually it won't show up because it's up here, but you have to trust that it's working. Now what we want to do is we want to put this icon to replace the home icon over here. Now the way we're going to do that is I'm actually going to come to the home tab screen, and I want to give it a property called tab bar icon, and I'll just set it equal to a function that will return back this component call. And you can see that now it renders the home icon instead of the whatever that icon was before. Now the problem is that this home icon is rendered as being full no matter what. It's not even following the color scheme that we set at the top over here. So how do we adapt to that? Well, with this tab bar icon function, it actually gives us some arguments that we can use in this function argument over here. So I'm gonna actually destructure what we can get from this, and what we can get is we can get, for example, the color. That makes it easy. We can just set now the color of this icon to be the color of our tab, and automatically you see that it now adapts to that color, right? Now one thing you can do as well is there are different types of icons, right? So you see we have this home icon from Font Awesome 5. But if I go over here and I search for home, let me see, home, and then we get probably, this was from Font Awesome 5. We could maybe get this one because it's kind of empty. It's like an outline instead of being a full one. We can copy that icon, we'll import it over here at the top because this one is end design. We'll copy the component name, and what we can do is we can actually render one icon when the tab is focused and render a completely different one when the tab is not focused. And the way we do this is through the focus property over here on the argument. So what we do is we ask, okay, if the tab is focused, so if focused is true, then we want to render this icon. But if it's not, then we want to render this one. Now this is breaking because actually this is returning back directly a component. So what we have to do is we have to remove the parentheses that we were putting, and we have to return this result. So I'm going to return whatever is returned from this. So I'm returning, if focused is true, I return this icon. If focus is false, I return this one. And now what this does is, you see when we are focused on the home, we see the Font Awesome 5 icon. But when I click on this, it now switches to the other icon. Now, I don't think that this specifically two icons are good for this example just because they are actually from different libraries. But some libraries do provide actually like a filled version and an outlined version of each icon, so you can actually do something like this. So this is the basics of Expo routing and the basics of actually React Native as a whole. So we will learn the rest through building the project for this course. It's going to be a habit tracking app, and it's going to be a full stack app. We're going to learn how to organize our project in a way such that it will make it efficient for us to scale this if we wanted to. And you guys will be able to use the knowledge you guys have of React, the basic knowledge of React, in order to actually build the rest. I feel like if you understand React a little bit, this is going to be very easy for you. But even if you don't understand React, I'll take you guys every single step of the way so you guys actually get out of this video understanding everything. So let's get started with building the project. So as you've seen in the beginning of the video, this project that we're going to be building is going to be a habit tracker, and it's going to be a full stack project. So we're going to have to learn how to deal with that. But we're going to continue off from where we left off in the same project, in the same folder that we were coding in, and we want to make some changes. So the first thing I want to do is I want to set up our project such that a user can go into the app and be able to create an account or sign into an account that they already have. So to do that, we're going to have to make our project into a full stack project. And there's different ways in which you can do that. Obviously, you can make your own backend, or you can use a backend as a service provider. There's a bunch of them out there. The most popular examples are Firebase, Appwrite, or Supabase. So in this video, we're going to be using Appwrite. So it is a free service that I'm not sponsored by, but you can just go ahead and click the link in the description, or just go to appwrite.com and you will be prompted with this page. It's actually appwrite.io. Now you have to create an account. I usually just create my account with GitHub, and then you need to click on Go to Console. When you click on Go to Console, you'll be prompted with your projects. I created here a new account just for this video. So if you want to create a new project, you click on Create a New Project over here, and it will ask for your project name. So we're going to be making a habit tracker app. So that's what I'm going to be calling it. Now I'm going to click Next. And it's going to ask for our region for deployment. Now, right now, Appwrite only has Frankfurt. However, they are in the plans of actually adding other regions as well. And it shouldn't be that much of an issue for us in our project. So we're going to click here on Create. And you can see that our project was created. Now, the whole point of using Appwrite is that we can facilitate creating a backend for our project. And similar to stuff like Firebase and Supabase, Appwrite actually allows you to set up database interactions, authentication into your projects, and even real-time messaging. So in our case, we're going to be using Auth for handling signing in and creating accounts, and also their database. Now, the database on Appwrite is actually a relational database. So if you don't know, Appwrite uses MariaDB on its underlining database. However, a lot of people think it's actually a NoSQL database because of the terminology that we use when we are creating our databases on Appwrite. It's very similar to something like on Firebase with Firestore. There's words like collections and documents, which are very commonly used for NoSQL databases, but actually when you're working with Appwrite, you're working with a relational database. I just wanted to get that out of the way in case you ever had that doubt. Now, we're going to start off. We're not going to create our database yet. We're going to start with our Auth. And Auth is already set up by default. However, we have to connect our Appwrite project to our React Native application. So what I want to do is I want to go back to our app, and I want to create a folder that is going to be outside of our app folder, and it's going to be called the lib. Now in here, we're going to create the appwrite.ts file, which is going to be the configuration file for connecting Appwrite to our project. So what we need to do is we need to install the React Native Appwrite SDK. So I'm going to come over here, and we're going to clear out our terminal, and I'm going to run npx expo install. So when you install packages, you run npx expo install, and then you put the name of the package, which in our case is going to be React Native Appwrite. Now we also want to install another library that is going to help establish this connection. It's going to be the React Native URL polyfill, and we'll press enter. This should install both packages into our project. And at the top over here of our Appwrite file, I'm going to import the account, the client, and the databases from React Native Appwrite. Then below this, we're going to create our Appwrite client. So I'm going to say const client is equal to new client. Now we have to put a couple things into this client in order for it to actually connect to our project. The first thing we need to do is we need to set an endpoint. Now an endpoint is going to be an endpoint that we get from Appwrite. So if I go over here, I can go to settings, and I can see that my API endpoint is this over here. On the overview, we get the API credentials, and we can copy this value. Then we can put it directly over here, and it will actually set that endpoint. Now the second thing I have to do is I have to set the project to specify what project I am creating on in my account. Now the project is going to be this ID over here. So I'm going to copy this, and I'm going to go back over here, and I'll just set the project equal to this. Now, the final thing is I need to set the platform for my project. Now, I haven't actually set up my project yet. To do that, I'm going to go here to Overview, and we need to add a platform so that we specify where we are building our Appwrite project. So there's web, there's Flutter, there's Apple, Android specific, and there's obviously React Native. So I'm going to copy here, click here on React Native, and it's going to ask us for a package name registration. We're just going to give it a name for the app. So I'm going to call it the Habit Tracker app. Then it's going to ask for a package name. You can call it whatever you want. I'm going to call it co.PedroTech.habitTracker or something like this. You can see that you can set the value for both iOS and Android. I'll just keep both of them the same. And then I'm going to click on Next. Now, when I click Next, it's going to actually give the commands that we already installed. So I'm going to click Next again. And everything that we already wrote is actually already over here. So I'll just actually copy this and I'll go back to our code and I'll just paste it so that we get the platform as well. Now I'm going to click on Go to Dashboard and we should have correctly connected our project. Now this information is your credentials and they should be safely stored. So no storing credentials and putting them publicly on GitHub. So what we need to do is we need to create a .env file on our project so that we can access those credentials elsewhere. So how I'm going to do this is I'm going to come over here and I'm going to create an env.local file. And on this file, I want to create variables that are going to represent these values over here. So I'm going to come over here to our env local. Let's create firstly an environment variable for the endpoint. So I'm going to create here Expo public, which you have to do because every environment variable on Expo has to be prefixed with Expo public. And then you write the name of the variable. So in our case, it's going to be the Appwrite endpoint. And we're going to set this equal to this value over here. Perfect. Now I'm actually going to copy this already so we don't have to keep coming back. I'm just going to paste it over here. And then let's copy the platform as well and just paste it over here. Now for the endpoint or for the project ID, I'm just going to paste it like this. And I'm going to call this the project ID. Then for the last one, it's going to be the platform. So I'll just call this platform. Perfect. Now to import it over here, we literally just use process.env and then the name of the variable. So in our case over here, we have the endpoint variable. Then we want to use the project ID variable. So I'll copy this, paste it here, and I'll copy this for the platform as well. And I'll just write platform. So I'll delete this and I'll write platform. Now, the reason why it's giving us errors is because we're using TypeScript. And technically, in reality, you could potentially not have a value for this environment variables. So potentially this process.env. Whatever name of variable you put could be null. So since we know that we did put those values on the .env file, let's assert that there is a value on this variable. So it removes that little squiggly line. Perfect. And now we have successfully created our client. Now I also want to export this client in case I want to access it later on in our project. But one thing you need to know is that the different services that are available on Appwrite, like authentication and databases, they are independent from each other. So you can actually just use Appwrite for Auth if you wanted to, or just use it for the databases without using the other one. So we have to specify what service I want to initialize on my project for Appwrite. So the one that I want right now is the Auth service. And the way I'm going to do this is I'm going to create a variable called account, and I'm going to set this equal to new account. And this is what we imported before from React Native Appwrite. Then in this class over here, I just have to pass my client and I'll export this variable. And with this variable, I can access and make modifications to the user authentication service on Appwrite. So let's start using it. I'm going to actually close all of this and let's start with our project. So the first thing I want is if I'm going to the app, I want to be able to be prompted with an auth page, right? A page that is going to tell us that we can sign in into our accounts, or sign up for an account. I don't want to see the page that we have right now. So to do that, I want to create a new page on my app. And it's not going to be part of the tabs because it's not going to be something accessible from the tabs. It's going to be independent from that. So I'll create here another file called auth.tsx, and this will represent the auth screen for us to be able to sign in and sign up. So I'll export over here a default function called auth screen. And now in this auth screen, I want to return a special component from React Native called the keyboard avoiding view. So this is basically a normal view like we've used already. However, it ensures that the keyboard doesn't overlap whatever we put inside of here, which is going to be the form, just so that it doesn't annoy you when you're typing on one of the inputs, the keyboard appears on top of it. So this behavior will change depending on the platform you use, but I just think it looks a lot nicer if you set it up like this. So you do have to specify here actually the behavior you want out of it. So I'll just set behavior, and depending on the platform, you have certain keywords that you can use to help it adjust to your screen. So for example, I can get whatever the platform that my React Native app is on by using the platform object from React Native and just getting the OS. This should return either iOS, Android, macOS, Windows, or web. So those are the options, right? Because those are what you can build with React Native. Now, if the platform, the OS is equal to iOS, then I want to set padding, and padding will basically add a padding to the top of this view so that the content isn't covered by the keyboard, and this is specific for iOS. Now, if it's not, so if it's basically Android, we want to actually set it to height, and what it will do is it will just adjust the height of the view to basically do the same thing, make room for the keyboard. So this is what we have to do on a keyboard avoiding view. Now, the next thing we want is just a normal view. So I'll put here a view, and on this view, I want to put a text. Now this text will be the auth text. So it could have, for example, by default, create account. Now I need to import this text over here. I'll import from React Native as well. And I want to see it appearing on the screen. Right now, we're obviously just seeing the home page or the login page. Those aren't what we want. So the way we're going to do this is we're actually going to come here to our layout, our default layout. And I want to start building this layout such that it will scale up in our application. Right now, it's just defining the stack, right? The stack with the tabs. However, what I can do is I can actually create what is known as a route guard. This is going to basically be a component that is going to wrap around our layout, and it is going to determine whether or not the user is logged in or not. And if the user is logged in, it will show the tabs, right, with the tab navigation and the actual screens. But if the user is not, it will show the auth page. So to do that, I'm going to create here the route guard, and to make this wrapper component, I have to have children being a prop, because then I'm going to set the type of this to be children of type react.node, sorry. And then down here, what we want to do is we want to basically run the logic to check if the user is auth or not, which right now we don't have that yet. So what I'm going to do is I'll just create an isAuth variable. I'll set it equal to false. And what we do is we want to check, okay, we'll run a use effect to run immediately when this component renders. And if isAuth is not true, then we'll just replace the user's current route with the auth route. So we're kind of forcing here for the moment to actually show the auth screen, and to actually replace the route, we can use this important hook called the use router hook. We can import it from Expo router. It will give us access to this router object. So we say const router is equal to use router, and we use this whenever we want to redirect to different parts of the app and so on. In our case over here, we basically just want to replace the user's current state to be on the auth route. So we'll say index.tsx-auth. And you'll see that now if I return here, which in this case, since this is just a wrapper component, I just want to return the children, right? I don't want to return any UI. This is literally just meant to check for the auth state. And down here, I wrap the whole thing with this route guard. So let's wrap the stack with this route guard. You'll see that now it automatically redirects us to the auth page. So it shows here the create account, which is what we have here on our auth page. We'll keep it like that for a second. We'll build this page first, and then we'll go ahead and actually make the auth stuff work. But for now, let's do with this. What we want in this page is we want there to be a text input that is going to be for the email, a text input that is going to be for the password, and then a button to sign in or sign up. Now, because the user will need to sign in and sign up with the same kind of information, we're going to keep this simple in the sense that the user only needs their email and a password to sign up, and an email and a password to sign in. We're going to reuse the inputs for both scenarios. So below the text over here, I want to create an input for the email. And the way you do this is with the text input component from React Native. If you've worked with anything like HTML or JSX in the past, you know that this is very similar to the input tag that you can use. Now for the text input, we're going to pass a label. So the label is going to be email. Then we want to basically set the email to not be able to be capitalized. And we can do this with auto capitalize equal to none. Because if you've ever worked with anything on your phone before, you've probably noticed that when you start typing, it auto capitalize the first letter. So you don't want to do that. You want to keep it the way it is because emails usually don't start with a capital letter. Now, the next thing is I want to keep the keyboard type. So this is an important thing that you want to put because inputs on your phone change depending on what you're trying to do with it. And this prop will determine the type of keyboard layout that will be displayed for the user. So if it's an email, it probably should show the @ symbol appearing pretty big, right? So that the user can actually use it. Maybe give some recommendations like at Gmail and at I don't know, Outlook and so on. So the way we do this is by setting the type to email address. Then we can for now pass a placeholder that will just say something like example@gmail.com. And you should see that now the input appears over here and I can start typing on it. Now, obviously the styling, we're not doing it yet. We're going to do when we're done with the component. But one thing I want to mention is that some of the styling we're going to have is going to be pretty much automatic. And the reason for that is because we're going to be using React Native Paper, which is a really good design library for React Native. It's used everywhere and I highly recommend for making your styles very easily. So we're going to come over here and we're going to run npx expo install. I just pressed up and I'll just change this. We're going to install React Native Paper. And now when that's done installing, instead of actually importing some of these UI inputs from React Native, we're actually going to import them from React Native Paper. More specifically, I want to import from React Native Paper. And what I want to import is the text component and the text input component. So I'll actually delete this two over here and we're going to save it. And you see that now the input already automatically changed the way it looks, and it looks a little bit better, right? We're obviously going to still style it, but it looks already a little bit better. Also, one of the cool things that the new text input provides, the one from React Native Paper, is this mode prop, which basically has the purpose of defining the visual style of the input field. So like if we set it to outlined, which is what we want, outlined, you'll see that automatically the input turns into this really cool looking outlined input. Now we're pretty much done with some of the initial props. We're going to copy this, we're going to paste it again, and we're going to make one for the password. And we'll keep all the other ones the same, but we're not going to put a placeholder. Maybe we can just put like your password or something like that. Or actually, we don't need placeholders, to be honest. For passwords is very self-explanatory. And you can see that the UI already has this cool animation as well, which is really cool from React Native Paper. Now, the last UI thing we want to do is we want to add a button down here. So we're going to add this button, which is also from React Native Paper. and we'll just say sign up. And the button will look like this, but we can actually give a mode to it similar to how we did with the text input. And I want to put the contained mode, and then it will get actually filled with the color purple. Now, we don't want this to be just the sign up page. We want it to be also the sign in page, and we want to switch it through a button down here at the bottom. So we're going to copy this button, and we're actually going to render another one down here. It's not going to be mode contained. We're actually going to make it mode text, and this will make it into just the normal text. And what I want to do is I want to basically say, do you already have an account? Because if you do, click here to sign in. And we want to click on this and then switch the screen to actually be the sign in page. Now to do that, I need to keep track of if the user is trying to sign in or sign up. So I'm going to create here a state that is going to be called isSignUp. And we're going to make a function called setIsSignUp. And we're going to set this equal to useState. And what this will do is it is going to keep track of whether or not the user wants to sign in or not. This is going to be a Boolean. So I'm going to set this to Boolean. And we're going to start it as true, actually, because we're going to assume, actually, let's start it as false, because I'm thinking about it. It's better for us to do this for users who are coming back, right? So this will just let us know, is the user trying to sign up or not? Now, this changes everything, because if the user is not trying to sign up, it means they're trying to sign in, meaning that starting already from here, we need to change this text. Instead of saying create account, if is sign up, we'll do that. So we'll show the create account. But if the user is trying to sign in, we'll say something like welcome back. So this is what it does, right? If this is true, it will say create account. If this is false, it will say welcome back. Now, same logic with the button down here, right? Instead of sign up, we're going to say sign up if the sign up is true, but sign in if it's false. And finally, down here, we're going to do the same thing, but it's going to be a little bit bigger. We're going to say if sign up is true, then we'll show this text. But if it's false, then we're going to show don't have an account, question mark, sign up. And this is what shows up now. Now, how do we switch between the different modes? Well, I'm going to create here a function called handle switch mode. And I just realized I'm using arrow notation here, but you can use either notation. We've been using normal function notation, but this is the same thing. Now on this switch mode function over here, all I'm doing is I'm setting the isSignUp equal to the opposite of what its current value is. And I get its current value by accessing the argument of this function and setting it equal to the opposite of it. Because if it's true, it will become false. And if it's false, it will become true. Now, I want to call this function when the button down here at the bottom is called. So you might expect me to put here an on click, but this isn't a website. So there's no on click on buttons. Instead, it is called on press. But there's also a bunch of other events that you might want to keep in mind if you ever want to do a little bit different. Now on this on press, I'll call the handle switch mode, and you'll see that now if I click on this, it switches between sign in and sign up, and it will keep switching indefinitely. Perfect. Now I think we can actually make the styling of this look a little bit better, like centering stuff and just overall making it look better. So what I want to do is I want to do what we did on the beginning of this course, which is creating a style sheet for this page. So down here at the bottom, I'm going to create styles, and I'm going to set it equal to style sheet dot create. And then I need to actually import this. Did I import it? No, I didn't. So I'll import from React Native style sheet, and I'll say dot create, and I'll pass an object. Now the first thing I want to pass is a container that we're going to have for this page. It's going to encompass the whole screen. So the styling for this container is going to be flex is equal to 1 and a background color equal to, and I want to put this color over here. It's going to be kind of like matching the style of what we have for the buttons and the inputs. It's going to be a hexadecimal F5, F5, F5. Now to apply this, we're going to come here to our view, and on this top one over here, I'm going to set the style equal to the styles.container. And I'm going to save this, and you might have not already noticed the difference, but let's apply also a style for this view over here. I'm going to call this content, and on the styles over here, let's double this and create a style for the content. Now for this one, we're going to keep flex is equal to 1 as well, but we're going to put padding. So I'm going to put a padding of 16. When I save this, you see immediately everything gets a little bit, it's not actually stretched out. And then I also want to justify the content to be center so that we have everything in the center of the screen. Now, obviously there's padding issues still, so we're going to address that. I want to first deal with this title over here. So I'm going to create the title object. So we'll come here to the text, and I'm just going to say style is equal to styles.title. Now, it looks weird because I just copied the styles from the content, but for the title, what I want to do is I want to text align it to the center, so it's on the center of this input, and then I want to set a margin bottom of 24 so it doesn't look too close to the inputs. Now the next style will be the input, and I'll do the input and the button at the same time so we're not constantly scrolling up and down. I'll do the input over here and the button. Now for the input, what we want to do is we just want to have a margin bottom from the bottom of each other, so it's not too close to the button and not too close to each other as well. So I'll keep here the margin bottom, but I'll make it a little bit smaller. I'm going to make it 16, and you'll see how that looks. Now for the button, I actually want to have a margin top. The margin top is going to be an 8, and that should be good. We're going to come here to the inputs. We're going to copy this. We're going to apply them to both inputs. And I'll copy for this as well and put it here. You see this is how it changes. It just creates more space. And then for the buttons, we're going to apply here styles.button. Perfect. Now I'm not going to apply it to the other button because this one actually will have a different styling. It's going to be called the switch mode button. So we'll create it down here. And with the switch mode button, what I want to do is I just want to set a margin top of 16. So there's actually more space, double the space. Perfect. And I want to apply, actually, I just noticed this looks a little bit plain. So let's put a variant to the text. With this text component from React Native Paper, we can pass a variant here. And a variant that we want to apply is the headline variant to make it a little bit bigger, but I'm also going to set it to medium. And I wrote this wrong. I shouldn't have put the A here, and it should look a little bit bigger. Perfect. Now we're ready to actually implement the logic behind allowing the user to authenticate. So the way we're going to do this is we're going to create here a function that is going to be called handle auth. And this function will handle both creating and signing into an account. And we're going to call it whenever the user presses the sign in button. So we'll go to this button and we're going to do an on press, and we're going to pass the handle auth. Now on this function, we need to make it async because this is going to be calling our Appwrite API to actually sign in or sign up the user. Now to do that, we need to keep track of what the user is typing on the inputs. So I need to create a state that is going to keep track of that value for the email and one for the password. So up here, I'm going to create an email state with a set email function, and it's going to be equal to useState string, and it's going to be an empty string at first, but I'm also going to create a password over here and a set password. Perfect. Now, what I want to do is when the user is typing on this inputs, I want to change the values of those states. So the way we do this with a text input is we pass an on change text and we call the set email function. So we just say set email. We don't even have to do any handling because it does it automatically for us because this is an unchanged text. It knows to set the value through here. Now we can do the exact same thing with the password. So I'm going to say set password, and it will keep track of that as well. So the first check that I need to make on this function is, do we have any email or password? Because if we don't have one of those, then we don't want to actually allow the user to try to sign in or sign up. So we come over here and we say, if not email or not password, then there is an issue. Now, the way we're going to keep track of issues is through a state, which is going to be called an error state. So we're going to say const error is equal to set error. And I wrote error wrong. And it's going to be a use state, which will be a string or null. Possibly if there's no errors, it will be null. Now, in this function over here, I'm going to set the error equal to probably something like, please fill in all fields. And if there is an error, I want to display it on the screen for the user. So let's go down here, and in between the button for submitting and the button for and the inputs, we're going to actually check to see if there's any errors. And if there is an error, I want to show the text. I'll use text and I'll show the error over here. So in case I just try signing in right now, you see it will show up, please fill in all fields, because that's the error that we set over here. Also, we want to return because we're going to put some logic down here that we wouldn't want to execute if this is the case. Also, let's make this error look a little bit better. A way we can do this is by setting some styling, which we can actually apply through the colors that we can get from React Native Paper. So what I mean by that is, if I come over here and I say style, and I apply a color, right? I can say red, and this will make it red. But I think this red doesn't look that good. What I can do instead is I can use this function from React, or this hook from React Native Paper called useTheme. And what this hook does is it gives us access to their theme, including their colors. So I'll say theme is equal to useTheme. And they have theme colors for like anything, including a color for a situation in which there's an error. So I can say theme.colors, and then I can access, for example, error, which is the actual color that I wanted to try. And you'll see that it looks a lot more in line with the rest of the theme for React Native Paper. Now, let's do some minor validation, because most of the validation we can actually do on the backend. In our case over here, we just want to check, is the password.length less than 6? Because if it is, then I want to set the error to be passwords must be at least 6 characters long. And then you'll see that if I return here as well, if there's nothing signed up, it will still give us this error. But if I put here an email and then I put a really small password, now this is the error message that I get, because we don't want people to put very small passwords because it's unsafe. Perfect. Now we're going to come over here and we're going to set the error to be equal to null, just in case error was set to something else, right? Like in this situation over here, we want to set it to null so that we restart and we actually do the authentication. Now, in order to do this, we're actually going to separate our logic for authenticating, for signing in and signing up, and also keeping track of whether the user signed up or not through a hook that we're going to create, which is going to utilize the context API from React. So the way we're going to do this is we're going to create, I'll just create it here on our lib. It doesn't really matter. I'm going to create the auth context.tsx file. Now on this file, I want to make two things. The first thing I want to make is a provider that we're going to be using for distributing information about authentication on our project. So I'm going to say export function auth provider, and I'll create this provider. It's a wrapper component, so we have to do something very similar to what we did with the route guard, where we get the children and the type will be children with a React node. Now I obviously forgot to close this, but now it works. And then we'll return something here, which I won't return for now. But the second thing I want to export from this file is I want to export a function or a hook called the useAuth hook that is going to use the context that is being created on this auth provider and actually return to us everywhere that we need it to. So we don't have to constantly be importing the auth context that we're going to create in every single file that we do. So this is a nifty way for us to actually make this work in an easy way. So what we want to do is on this auth provider, we want to create a context. So I'll actually make it outside of it so we have access to it here as well. We're going to create the auth context. Now this auth context, we're going to be using create context from React, and we want to set it to undefined initially. But we want to define the type of this auth context since we're using TypeScript. So I'll define type auth context type, or I'll just, auth context type. Now in this, we want to, what information do we want to keep track of in this context? Well, first of all, we want to distribute information about the user who's logged in, right? Because everywhere in our app, we want to keep track of that information. So we're going to pass in this user information. Now, we don't have a type for user at, but what we can use is in Appwrite, you can actually import the user type from Appwrite. So you can import models from React Native Appwrite, and the type for a user is going to be models.user, and we pass here as well models.preferences, and potentially the user can also be null if they're not authenticated. So this is the user type. Now the second thing I want to keep track of is just the functions that we're going to be using. Now we're going to be changing this auth context as we add more stuff, but for now we just want to keep track of the user, and if they like a function for them to sign up, which has a type of function which returns a promise, which is a void, and I'm also going to make a sign in type, so I'll say sign in. Now this function is going to require us to pass in the email and the password, right? To sign up, we need to pass in that information, and to sign in as well. So when we're defining the type of it, I'm going to set the email to be one of the things we need to get from it, and the password as well. Now I'll do the exact same thing on the sign in, and I'll pass this auth context type as a type to this create context. Now initially it's also undefined, so that's why I'm going to also say it can be undefined. Now we created this auth context, and what we want to do is we want to use it to make this auth provider return a provider that is going to wrap the children that we wrap this component around. So I'm going to return here the auth context dot provider to turn this into a provider, and I'll do the same thing here. And I need to pass a value to it. More specifically, I need to pass an object that is going to include a user, a sign up, and a sign in. So I'll make here user, sign up, and sign in. Now, obviously we haven't made those things yet, but we are going to make them in a second. Now, the last thing I need is I need to basically render the children that we get from the prop directly inside of this, or else this wouldn't be a wrapper component. Perfect. Now we can create the information for the user, for the sign up, and for the sign in. Now let's start with the sign up, right? So we're going to make a function here called sign up. And like we defined the type over here, it is going to take in as an argument an email and a password. And it's also going to be an async function because we need to call it on this handle auth function that we basically left behind. But we're going to get back to it. We just need to make this first. Now on the sign up function, I want to try to execute the sign up operation on Appwrite. But if there's any errors, we want to catch them, and we'll handle what happens down here. Now on the try, I want to try to await And this is where I use the account that we created on the Appwrite file, right? On this account over here. Because with this account, I can basically say account.create, and this will create a user in our project. Now, to create a user, we have to pass three things. We have to pass an ID, an email, and a password. And we already have the email and the password, so we can do it like this. But we don't have the ID. And actually, the ID is the thing that we pass first. Now, the ID we can generate through this ID object that we have here from Appwrite, and we can call the unique function, and this will generate a unique ID for our user automatically. Now, after this, I also want to sign in the user after they create their account, automatically just sign them in. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to say await sign in. And obviously we don't have the function yet, but we'll just duplicate this for now. And we'll call this sign in. But we're going to call the sign in function with the same email and password so that when you sign up, you actually sign in as well. Now, what we do when we catch any errors here is we want to return that error message or return some error message. So I'm actually going to change the type of this to potentially return either a string or return null. And this means that if you return a string, there was an error in this process. And if you return null, it means there was no errors. So in this case over here, we're going to return null. Now, if there's an issue, then we want to check to see if the error is of type. It's an instance of the generic error type that we have in JavaScript. And if it is, then I want to return the error.message, because then I'll return the string with the actual error message. If not, then we'll just return a generic error message that will say an error occurred during signup. Perfect. Now we'll copy this exact logic and we're just going to paste it here on the sign in. We're just not going to call the sign in again because that will make it into an infinite loop. But what we want to do is, instead of the account.create, for you to sign into an account, you actually do account.create email password session. And this will create a session using the user's email and password, right? Just like the name implies. So we can just use the email password from the arguments, and that should be good to go as well. Now we'll just change this to sign in case there's an error because it's not sign up. Now we're now good to go for the sign in and sign up. I'm actually going to comment out the user for now, just because we don't have a point of writing the logic for getting the user info yet, since we haven't even implemented the sign in and sign up. So for now, we'll just take that out. And let's now test this on our actual screen. Now, to have this information from this provider be distributed on every single screen on our app, we have to wrap this auth provider around our layout. So we'll go here to our layout, and on the top over here, even above the route guard, we want to wrap it with the auth provider so that everything below it will have access to the information inside of it. Now, how are people going to have access to it? Like, how are we going to get the sign in or the sign up functions, for example, on this auth component? Well, we could use the use context hook every single time. However, this use auth function over here, or hook, is actually going to make it a lot easier for us, because we can get the context from it. So I'm going to say use context, and I'm just going to use the auth context inside of here. So we get back everything from this provider, and then if context is equal to undefined, so if for some reason we are calling this use auth and we're not in the inside the auth provider, then we do have to throw an error that says use auth must be inside of the auth provider. I mean, that's not going to happen because we're going to make sure it won't. But in that case, then we throw an error. If not, we just return the context. And that means that now, for example, in the auth component over here, we can get the sign in and sign out, the sign in and sign up functions by just calling the use auth hook. So now we get access to the sign in and sign up. Now we can use the sign in and sign up. So I'm going to come here to after we set the error to null. And if you remember, we already checked to see if the email and password are there or if the password is greater than 6 characters. So what we can do is we can try to sign up. Actually, since we're handling this, we're returning everything automatically, so I don't even need to worry about that. I'm just going to actually say if sign up of if is sign up is equal to true, then I will call the sign up function. If not, I want to call the sign in function. So I'm going to await sign up, and I'll pass the email and password to the function. And in this case, I'm going to do the exact same thing, but for sign in. But remember that these functions, they return potentially an error, right? So I'm going to get the error back. And if there's an error, so if there is an error, I want to set the error equal to that error and then return. Now on the sign in, I want to do the exact same thing, but if the sign in is successful, I want to use the use router hook. So actually I need to import the use router hook, and I'm going to create a router over here like we've done in the past. And with this, I can actually redirect the user to a different page, like the home page, for example. So I can say router dot replace and then bring them to the home page. Now we can test this, but I think the best way for us to test it for now is to actually go to the Appwrite Auth page over here. And as users are being created, they're going to appear on our screen. So I'm going to come back here to the code, and I want to create a new account. I'm going to use an email that I have for testing for videos. It's called PedroTech Resumes. And I'm going to create an account with it. So let's put an email, and I'll put a password. It's going to be password123. I just realized that this shouldn't be appearing, right? Because this is a password field. So one thing we could do is on this keyboard type over here, we actually don't want to keep this as an email. We actually just copy and paste it from the above one. We want to change it, but also we want to make it such that this is a secure text entry. We do that by literally setting secure text entry, and then it will kind of remove the text, right? So people don't see it. Now I'm going to click on sign up. And if everything is successful, then we should see on the account over here, the user appearing. Now you see immediately the user appeared on the screen. Now there was an issue probably with the signing in. I can try signing in with the same account. It says creating of a session is prohibited, which one session? Oh yeah, we actually have the section active. I forgot. So everything worked, but since we're just forcefully setting the auth page, it's not actually redirecting to the home page. We still have to implement that. So we're going to do that. So let's think about exactly what we want. We want in this layout.tsx file over here to actually check to see if the user is authenticated or not using Appwrite. So in order to do that, we want to make some changes to our auth context. So in here, let's go up here. We want to add again the user property, because the way we're going to do this is somewhere inside of our auth provider, we're going to use Appwrite to detect if the user exists. And if the user exists, meaning the user's logged in, we're going to set this user variable equal to that. And that's a way for us to know if the user is logged in or not, because if this user object is null, then it means they're not. And if it's set to something, it means that the user is authenticated. Now, an easy way for us to do this is we want to create a state that is going to keep track of the user. So we're going to create here a const, we'll call it user, and we'll create a function called setUser, and we'll set this equal to useState. Now, the type of this state is going to be the same type that we set up here, right? It's going to be the model's user and possibly null as well. Now, initially, obviously, since there's no authentication, the user will be null. Now, the next thing we want is we want to have some sort of function that is going to get the user. So I'm going to create here get user, and it's going to be an async function that we're going to try to check to see if there's a session for this user. Now to do that, we're going to say const session, and we can use the account variable similar to what we did here for creating and for signing in. We can use account.get, and this needs to be awaited because this returns a promise. So await account.get, and if there is a valid session, then we're going to get that back, and it's going to set that to the session variable. So we can then set the user equal to this session. Now, if there is any other errors, so if there's a catch, right, we are going to catch that error. And to be honest, all we're going to do is we're going to set user equal to no. We don't want to actually display anything because it's not an issue. It's not an error for the user to not be authenticated. It just means that they shouldn't have access to the rest of the app. Now, we can now call this get user function every time the auth provider renders. So on its initial render, we can call this. And to do that, we're going to be using the use effect hook. This hook, like many of you might know, it basically will run and execute code when the page first renders or when a screen first renders. And we have to make sure we put this empty dependency array so that it doesn't actually infinitely refresh and reload this component. So inside of here, we're just going to call get user, and it should now make that assumption and set the value of user equal to either the session or keep it as null. Now we can successfully pass this user value to this auth provider, and we now have access to that elsewhere in our app. Where do we want to use it? Well, we're going to use it in multiple places in our app, but more specifically, we want to use it in our layout. Inside of this route guard over here, we want to check to see if the user is authenticated. So the easiest way to do that is we're going to actually delete this variable. We're going to call the use auth. So I'm going to say equals to use auth. And in here, we're going to get back the user. Then inside of this use effect, I want to redirect the user to the auth page if the user object is null. But also, I don't want to do that if the user is already in the auth page, right? Because that's redundant. So what I can do is I can actually detect what screen the user is inside of at the moment and not actually redirect them if they are already in the auth page. To do that, we can use the use segments hook. So segments will help us have access to the information of where in the app the user is. We get that through the use segments hook, similar to the use router. And what we can do is I can detect if the user is already in the auth page by saying const in auth group is equal to segments. And then if I get the first element of the segments array, and that's equal to auth, then I know that it's in the auth page. Now, why we need that is because now I can detect if the user doesn't exist, meaning they're not authenticated, and the user is not in the auth page, then let's redirect them to the auth screen. But if not, so else if the user exists and the user is in the auth group, then we want to actually do the opposite, because the user is authenticated, but they're seeing the sign-in screen. We don't want that to happen, right? So we redirect them to the home page. So those are the only two scenarios. We don't want to put an else here because we don't want to redirect people for no reason. The only two scenarios in which we want to redirect them in this route guard is if they're not authenticated and not in the auth screen, or if they are authenticated and are in the auth screen. So I hope you guys understand this. Now, one thing we have to do is in this use effect, now because we're doing a lot of like different checks in here, we should probably put some dependencies to this dependency array, because things might change in your app and you want to adapt this use effect every time different pieces of state changes. The first thing we want to put here is the user. If the user auth change, then we want to run this use effect again. Now we also want to change or run this again if the segments change. And also because then part of this logic will be impacted, specifically the in auth group Boolean, right? So now we are pretty much done with this part. Now we should also think about the following scenario. In our use auth over here, there's a small leap of second, right, in between getting the actual session. And in that moment, even though the user might be authenticated, just because we haven't received back the information of whether or not a session is active, the user will be null because we set it to null initially. So if the user is not in the auth group and they are a user, this might trigger a replacement, right? They might be redirected to the auth page, even though in 3 seconds we will detect that they are actually authenticated, and that shouldn't have been the case. So one thing we can do is we can actually create a new state on our auth context. And that state is going to keep track of whether or not we are loading the information about the user. So we're going to actually create here a loading, or let's actually make it is loading. It's a Boolean. And I'll call it is loading user. Makes more sense. And then inside of this, we want to actually create a state for this Boolean. So we'll say const is loading user, and we'll create a set is loading user. Set is equal to use state, and it will be a Boolean that starts with false, and it will be a Boolean that starts with true, because initially we'll always be making the request to check the user. Now, after the user is done being checked, right, either they successfully found a session or the user isn't authenticated, or there's an error or something, we want to set the loading to false because the request is done. So a way we can do this is we can put a finally clause here in the try catch, and this finally will run after either these two cases. So in that scenario, we just want to set this to false because now it is not loading anymore. And now we can pass that value to the value over here. So we can pass the is loading user as a part of this. And now in here, in our layout, we want to implement that is loading user, because now we only want to redirect if the is loading user is false, because we don't want to make any abrupt changes unless the actual information is finished loading. So for example, we'll put here if is loading user is false, and we'll put here the exact same thing. Perfect. Now, sometimes when you are auto redirecting like this, you might run into issues where it's saying that you're attempting to navigate before mounting, but it's because we're still building our app, so that might cause some issues. What I would do is I'll just come here, close the app, open it again, and then go to the specific app that we are working on. And you see that now, because we are authenticated, we're not seeing the auth page anymore. We're actually seeing the home page. So let's actually do something cool. I'm going to make a sign out button just so we can also test signing out before we actually start building the core part of the habit tracker. So let's make that. I'm going to come to the auth context. That's the last thing we're going to do here. We're going to create a function for signing out. So I'm going to create here sign out. And this function, it won't require any arguments to it. And to be honest, it will just return a promise void. So I'm going to say promise void. And the sign out function is pretty self-explanatory in the sense that we just create a sign out over here. And it has to be async. And what we do is we literally just await the account and we delete the session. So we call delete session. Now we have to specify what session we're deleting. You can see here to log out the user, use current as the session ID to delete. So I'll just put current over here and it will delete the current session. Also, when that happens, we want to automatically change the value of user to null because now the user isn't logged in. So we'll just set that to null. So I'll set user to null. Now, we only want to actually do that if it's successful. So I'm going to try over here. And I want to catch any errors. Now, I don't really care about displaying any errors if the user fails. So I'll just actually console log for now. The error.message, or actually just the error in general, if there's any errors. Now I want to pass this sign out as the last function here in the auth context provider, and let's have access to it on the home page. So I'm going to do that by going to our home page. We'll go to tabs over here and we'll go to index.tsx. We have this basic things that we made when we were in the beginning of the tutorial. So we're going to actually start changing this a bit. So the first thing I want to do here is I'm going to make that button. Just for now, I'll just make that button. Now I want to get it from React Native paper, right? And I want to say sign out. I also want to make this button, I mean, it's already mode text, but I want to specify that it's the mode text. Now, when we press this button, I want to call the sign out function. To get that sign out function, I need to, again, call the use auth hook and get back here the sign out function. Now let's see what happens when I click on this button. Actually, one thing I can do as well is that I can set an icon to this and I can put logout, and you'll see that now it has this little cool icon that represents logging out. Now I'll click on this and you see we are redirected to the auth page because we set the user to null and we actually deleted the session. Now if I put here PedroTech resumes and I put the password that I used to sign in. Actually, let me put a wrong password. Let's see what it says. Yeah, it correctly detects that, but if I'll put the right one, interesting. It redirected me back to the auth page, which is weird. I mean, I know I'm authed, so I wonder why. So if I go back into the app, you'll see I probably am already signed in. But it didn't redirect us to the homepage automatically. So there's an issue here, and the issue probably is with the auth context. With the sign-in functionality, with the sign-in functionality, we want, before we actually return null down here, we want to get the session, right? We just created the session, now we want to get it. So I'm gonna say await account.get. And then from here, I want to set the user equal to the session. So what happens now is if I sign out and I come over here and I put PedroTech resumes at gmail.com and I put the correct password, it should now take us to the home page. Perfect. I'll just save the password so we don't have to keep putting it. But perfect. Now we have successfully fixed that issue. So let's start building this home page. Let's think about it. We want to create a habit tracker, and to create a habit tracker we want to have different tabs at the bottom that are going to represent the different parts of our app. So we specifically have 3 different parts of our app. We're gonna have the add habit page, like screen. We're gonna have the home screen, and we're also gonna have a screen for us to see the streaks of the habits that we've had consistently accomplished, right? So we keep track of all of the habits we are completing every day, and we keep track of the best ones in another page. Now to do that, we want to adapt our tab navigator to actually match that, and also change a bit of the styling because it doesn't match the styling that we're using on React Native paper. So what I want to do is I'll actually go to the layout over here, not this one, this one, because we have the tabs here, and I want to add more stuff to this tabs screen options, which if you remember, it's how we style this tabs navigator. So the way I'm going to do this is, the first thing is I want to set a header style, and the header style I'm going to apply is I want to apply the background color of the header. So what does this do? Well, it's a way for us to actually change the style of this header section over here depending on the route you're in. So for example, if I set the background color to purple, I don't even think that's, it is a color, but it changes to a purple, right? Now we want to actually set it to the kind of beige white color that we've been using. So I'll set it to F5, F5, F5. Then I also want to apply a header shadow visible. So header shadow visible, and I'll set it to false. So I remove that actual line here. Then I'm going to apply a tab bar style, and the tab bar style will apply specifically for this section over here. Now for the tab bar style, I want to put the same background color as the header. So we'll set that, and we'll change a little bit the color. Then I want to put a border top width. So that's just the width of the top, and I want to set it to 0. I want to set the elevation to 0, and I want to set the shadow opacity to 0. You'll see that all those changes basically removes that line from the top. Now, I also want to change the color of the active and the inactive tab, right? So the tab bar active tint color, so for example, right now it's the home, we want to set it equal to this color, hashtag 6200EE. And it's a little bit purple to kind of match the buttons. Now we'll do the same thing to the inactive tint color. So I'll change this to inactive. And now this one is going to be just a bunch of sixes. So 666, 666. Perfect. And now you can see that we can switch between them and it looks a lot better. Now I do want to change a little bit the icons and the names of each of the tabs, right? We have the home, but this isn't going to be the home screen. It's going to be the main habits screen. If you remember from the demo, we have a screen with the title called Today's Habits. And that's what we're going to have for the home page. So the index screen. So the way we're going to do this is we're going to change the title to Today's Habits, and it switched that. Now the tab bar icon, what I want to do is I actually want to use another icon, and I don't want to switch between focused and unfocused like I was doing before. I just want to keep one. And the icon I'm going to be using is called Material Community Icons. And the way we import it is we're going to come here at the top, and I'm going to delete this. I'm going to import the Material Community Icons. This will actually be we're going to destructure this, and I'm just going to get it directly from the vector icons. Now through this, I want to specify the icon I want. And the icon I want here is, since it's like a daily thing, it's like you're showing today's habits, I want to put a calendar. So I'm going to put the icon with the name Calendar Today. And it gives us a little cool icon for today. Now, obviously, it looks super small, so I'm going to put the size that matches and the color that matches. Now, size, I mean, we're getting color already from this, but we need to get the size as well, so it adapts perfectly. And you can see that the size of the icon now switches to adapt the tab screen. Now, the second thing we want is we want a screen for the streaks. It's the one that's going to go in the middle. We haven't made that page yet. We're going to do it in a second, but we'll just create this the screen first. So I want to change this to streaks, and we'll change the title to streaks. Now the icon is going to be a chart line, and the rest should remain the same. Now it's not appearing because we don't have that screen yet. But we're going to make the last one, which is going to be the add habit page. So we're going to say add habit, and we're going to change this to add habit. And the icon here is going to be the plus circle. Perfect. Now let's make the two other pages for the streak and the add habit, just so we have that already. I'm gonna reuse this, so I'm gonna change this to streaks. And I'll change this to streaks page or streaks screen. And now we have that. Oh, weird. Why did it refresh like that? But yeah, I'll create another page now. I'll actually copy this. I'll paste it here, and we'll make the add habit. And I'll change this to add habit screen. Perfect. Now you see we have access to the add habit and the streaks screen. Now the tab only shows the streaks, so I actually want to figure out why. So I'm going to actually refresh the app again. So let me pull this up. Let me just close this, open it again, and hopefully the bottom tab navigator will be updated. Yeah, it is. Sometimes you just have to do that. It's kind of annoying, but whatever. So you can see we now have the 3 different screens that we're going to be using. Now what I want to do is I just want to finalize the last piece of our layout over here, because there's a couple of things that we haven't added yet. So one thing I like to do with every app that I make is I like to add a safe area provider. This will ensure that our app's UI components avoid areas that could be obstructed by things like the device notches and status bar. So it's just a way for us to keep our screen keep our app adaptive to our screen in a safe way. So the way I'm going to do this is I'm going to put this around the route card, but also below the auth provider. And I'm going to put the safe area provider. I'm also going to put the paper provider, which is just a provider we have to get from React Native paper. I forgot to edit before, but we can put it around this safe area provider. So paper provider, and I'll do it here as well. Perfect. Now we're pretty much done with this. I'll close it out and we can start building our index page. So here is where we're going to show all of the habits. But to have habits to show, we have to create the add habit page. And to make the add habit page, we have to have our Appwrite databases set up. So this is the part where we actually start setting up our database in our project. We have set up Auth, but we don't have set up databases. So I'm going to come here to the database section on Appwrite, and I'm going to click on create database. Inside of here, I want to give a name to this database. I'm going to call it the habits DB or something like this. And we're going to click on create, and it's going to create the database for us. Now we need to keep track of this ID because this is going to be used to connect to it. So I'm going to come here to our .env, and I'm going to create an Expo public Appwrite. Actually, I'll just call it database or DB ID, just like this. And I'll just paste it down here. Now let's go back here. And we want to create a collection. Now a collection is going to be like a table, right? Inside of this database. So I'll click on create collection, and we want to create the first collection. I'll just create one for now. We're going to have two, but the first one is just going to be the habits collection. It's just going to keep track of all the habits you're trying to track. So I'm going to click on create, and it is going to give us here the habits collection. And I need to copy this ID as well. So I'm going to open up the VS Code, and we're going to create the variable for this. I'll just actually copy this, paste it behind here. I'll change this to the habits collection ID. And then I'll just copy this and paste it here. Perfect. Now we need to create the attributes that are going to exist in this table. Like I mentioned, this is not a NoSQL table, right? It's a relational database. So we do have to define the structure of how the data is going to come in. So we go to the attributes tab and we click on create attributes. And we can choose between what the data types are going to be for the attribute. Now for this table, here are the attributes we want. The first one is when you create a habit, you want to keep track of which user created it. So we're going to create a user ID field. Now the size, I'm just going to put it to 1,000. It doesn't really matter. It's just the size of the string. And since we chose string, we could put a default value over here, but I'm not going to put one. And I'll choose this field to be required. And then I can click on create. It's just going to say that we are storing now the user ID as a string. Now I want to create a new attribute, and it's going to be the title of the habit. So I'll create a title, and I'll put again 1,000 as the length, and I'll click on required, and I'll create. Now we're going to do the same thing for a bunch of other ones as well. So I'll just run through it. We're going to have a description for each of the habits. We're going to make it required, and I'll click on create. Then I feel like actually the next one is an integer, not a string, because we want to keep track of the streak count, right? For each of the habits. So I'll create a streak count. You can put a minimum or a maximum size. I'll put a minimum of 0 because obviously you can go negative on streak counts. And I won't put a default value, but I'll make it required. And I'll click create. Now we want to have another string just to keep track of when the user last completed this habit. And I'll put 1,000 again, and I'll make it required. And then finally, I want to, actually there's two more. I want to keep track of the frequency. So the frequency of like how many times, like how often you want to complete this habit, right? Some habits can be something for every day, and some habits can be an every week type thing. So we're going to make this into an option. I'll make it required. And the last one is just the date in which this habit was created. So I'm going to create a created at field, again 1,000, and I'm going to make it required. Perfect. And now we have the table that we're going to be using for this project. Now to use this table, we're going to go back to our code over here. And what I want to do is I want to connect the database ID that we have to our actual database. So we'll go to Appwrite.ts over here, and we'll create a new access point to another service from Appwrite. This service is going to be the databases service. We'll also pass the client, but we'll call this databases. Now we're going to create a variable for each of the environment variables that we have over here, because we're going to have to constantly be calling them. So this one and this one, what we're going to do is we're going to create here a database ID variable. We're going to set it equal to process.env dot, and then we put the database ID, and remember to make it to actually assure the type. And then we're going to make the same thing, but for the habits collection ID. So habits collection ID. And we'll copy as well the value from the .env, not the value, but the variable, and we'll put it over here. Perfect. Now we'll export this so that we have access to it in different parts of our app. Now I'll save this, and let's go to the add habit page. So we can first create the ability to add a habit so that we can then see it on the today's habit screen. So let's start, like always, with the UI of this screen. Let's think about what we want here. Well, we already have a view, right? But we also want to have, similar to the login page, we want to have an input for adding the title. We want to have an input for the description, and we want to have a button to add the habit. And also we want to have a place for us to choose whether this habit is something that you want to do daily, something that you want to do weekly or monthly. So I'm going to create here first the inputs. We're going to create a text input from React Native paper, and we're going to put a label. The label for the first one is going to be title. Then we'll put a mode, and the mode for it is going to be outlined. Now I'll do the exact same thing, but we're going to do it for the description. And then I want to create the part where we actually can choose between the different types of frequencies, right? Now to do that, there's a couple ways of doing it. What I like to do is I like to use segmented buttons. So segmented buttons, it's gonna basically make a sequence of buttons like we just described, and they're gonna be right next to each other. So I'm going to create here a segmented buttons, and we can pass a value here for buttons. It's basically a list of different buttons that we're going to have. Now to pass this, we have to pass a list of buttons that look like this, right? It looks like it has a value and it has a label. Now the value of the first button is gonna be, for example, daily or something like this. And the label might be daily as well. Now you see, now we have one button for the daily option. Now if I copy this and paste it again, you see now we have two buttons. This is what this does. Now a way for us to make this actually easier is we can just create above here probably a list called frequencies. And we'll set it equal to a list, and we'll have the options daily, weekly, and monthly. And then we can just loop through this list like this, frequencies.map. And while looping through it, we can get the specific frequency and just set the object equal to the value, which is the frequency, and the label, which is going to be the frequency. But actually what I want to do with it is I don't want to see, it will say daily, weekly, monthly. I want to capitalize the first letter. The way I'm going to do this is I'm going to get the first item. So we'll say char at position 0, which is the first letter. But instead of just rendering that, I want to uppercase that. So you see it now becomes uppercase. And then I want to add to the end of this string basically the rest of the string. And to do that, I just slice the string starting at the second letter. And now I capitalize just the first letter. Perfect. Now we have our list of segmented buttons, but it's giving us an error just because we need to pass a couple other things like what happens when you change on it and so on. But we'll keep it as that for now. We're also going to wrap this around with a view just because we want to style this in a very specific way. Then below this, we want to put the button, and the button is going to be the add habit button. And I'm going to pass the mode as contained. And why is given as an error? But we have to import button from React Native paper. Perfect. And I'll go to add habit, and now we have the button here. Perfect. Now let's add the styles for this. I'll first add the style name. So we'll have here a style for the view. We're going to call this styles.container. We also haven't created that yet. We can create it down here at the bottom actually. So I'll say styles is equal to style sheet. Let me import it from React Native automatically. Yeah. And then I'm going to say .create, and we'll just keep it like this for now, but we'll create a container style. We're also going to create an input style that we're going to apply to both inputs. And then we want one for this view. So I'm going to call it the frequency container. And we'll do one for the segmented buttons as well. So I'll apply here style is equal to, actually I'll just paste this. So I'll say segmented buttons. And finally, let's do it for the add habit button. So we'll just call this button. And now let's apply this, let's create the styles directly down here. The first one is the container. And what we want to do with the container is we want to first set the flex to 1, which you'll see will do nothing for now, but when we add the padding to 16, it will kind of declutter stuff. We also want to set the background to this screen to be the color that we're using for everything. So we'll say F5, F5, F5. Then we actually have to set background color, not background. And then we can stop with the container. We'll give some styling for the input. Now for the input, we want to just set a margin bottom of 16 to give some space. Then we'll do the same thing, but for the frequency container. So we'll do frequency container. Now for the frequency container, let's just make a bigger margin bottom. No, not this, 24, that's what I meant. Now we'll copy again, we'll paste it here, and we'll make this segmented buttons style. Now this one will be similar to the input. We'll just put some margin down here. And finally, we want to create the button to have a margin top of 8. Perfect. But I'm gonna be honest, I think this looks too big. I'm gonna actually make this 8, and I want to make this, I think this is fine. Yeah, actually, let me even remove the styling for this. I don't think we need it. This is for the, did I remove? Yeah, I removed for both the segmented buttons and for the button. Yeah, this is fine. React Native Paper adds a lot of styling automatically, which is great for us. And we now have this at the top here. Now I could also, if I wanted to, just justify the content to be center. And then everything is centered. You can do that if you want to. I actually might keep it like this just because I like the style of this. I'll also set the margin bottom here to 8 just so I can make it, not this one. I kind of wanted to just set the, actually I'll remove the margin bottom here. And actually I'll keep it like this. It just makes it easier for us to see it. And I think this should be good to go. Now let's add the logic to keep track of what the user is typing. We want to keep track of this title, the description, and the date, the frequency, right? So to do that, we're going to use states. So I'll come over here. I'll create here the title state, which will be a string, and we'll start as an empty string. Then I'll just copy this. I'll paste it 3 times. And I'm going to change this to description. I'm going to change this to set description. And the final one is going to be a frequency. I'm going to change this to frequency, and I'll change this to set frequency as well. Now, the type of this is, let's actually make a type out of this array. So what I'm going to make is I'm going to create a type called frequency. And the type of it is actually going to be an object with the type of, and then I'll put the trip frequency as array. I can do this in TypeScript. I'm just making the key be one of these options, and then it will have as a value a number. So I'll put here the type of frequency to be frequency, and initially it will be daily. that actually makes sense. If we go back here to our thing, let's actually set the initial frequency on this attribute to be daily. I think that might be a good thing for us to do. I'll set it to daily. Now we go here to all of our inputs. We'll start with this one over here. We're actually going to put in on change text. We'll put the set title. We'll do the exact same thing with this one, but we'll put set description. And for the last one, we'll do the frequency. Now, the frequency is going to be a little bit different. We're not going to use an on change text. We're actually going to have to use an on value change because that's what segmented buttons allow us to. And when there's a change in the button you click, we're going to have this callback function, and we can access the value. So this property over here of the button we clicked. Now what we want to do is we want to set the frequency equal to the value as frequency. Now we also have to put a value as the initial frequency selected. So we're going to set value over here equal to frequency. And that's why the thing was red squiggly lined, because now we can select daily as the first value and I can switch between them. And you can see that there is some styling to which segmented button you click. Now on the add habit button, we already have the mode contained. Obviously we're going to put an on press for when you submit it, but also I want to disable this button if there's no title or no description. So the user can't even select it if they haven't written anything yet. Now, I think it's time for us to handle what happens when you add a habit and successfully add stuff to our database. So to do that, I'm going to add an on press over here, and we're going to call this function called handle submit. Now we have to create that function. We're going to do it up here. We're going to say const handle submit. We have to make this into an async function just because we're going to be accessing database stuff. And I want to only be able to add, I want to make sure that the user exists before we actually submit this. So I'm going to create here a user and set it equal to use auth. And if the user doesn't exist, then we'll just skip this function, just so we can assure that the user exists when we're trying to add a habit, because we're going to access information about the user, especially the user ID. Now, inside of here, here's how we're going to handle adding a user or adding a habit. So we need to await, and we will call the databases object that we created in our Appwrite file. And I have to click on create document. Create document will add something to a collection. It will add a document to a collection. And a document would just be an entry to our table. Now to create a document, I need to pass a database ID. I need to pass a habits collection ID. And I need to pass the ID of the document I'm creating, which, if you remember, I could easily create by using the id.unique. But I need to import this ID object from React Native Appwrite and then use the unique function. Now, after we're done doing that, we can now pass an object that represents the attribute structure of this document that we're creating. So if you remember, the first thing we need to pass is a user ID. And we'll get that by saying user dot, and then we'll get the ID. User, if you remember, is the session that we have from the use auth. Now, the second thing is the title. Obviously, we get the title from the states that we created to keep track of this. So we'll just pass title. We'll pass description as well, same thing. Then frequency, same thing. But then there's a couple other things. For example, with the streak count, we'll start it as 0. So we'll have to pass it as 0 over here. Then we want to pass last completed. And the last completed by default is going to be today. So we'll say new date dot to ISO string. And this will basically create the current date. We'll do the exact same thing. Also put the date, but for the created at property. And now we have the structure of our object. When we click this, it should actually send this as a document to our table. But when we successfully create a new habit, what I also want to do is I want to be able to go back to where we were before. Because we created a habit, now we actually can see the habit appearing in the screen. So I'm going to click on router.back. And this should navigate you back to where you were before. Now, obviously, we don't have access to the router here, so let's do that. const router is equal to use router from Expo router, and that will navigate us back. But this might fail, so let's try catch this. So we'll say try, and we're gonna catch any errors. And in here, we might want to handle errors. So I'm gonna actually create here an error state. So error and set error. And this is gonna be a state that is a string. And when there is an error, we have to check if error is instance of error, right? We've done this before. Then we set the error to be equal to error.message, because then we know there's a message in that error object. But if not, and we want to return this as well. If not, then we'll just set the error to some generic thing like there was an error creating the habit. Perfect. And now let's handle displaying that error when creating a habit. We'll put it below the button. We'll add here if there's an error. So if error is true, then we'll do the exact same thing we did here on the auth page. We'll actually even copy the logic we did there. We'll just copy this. We'll put it here. And we need now have access to the theme, similar to what we did there. So we'll have to call the use theme hook from React Native paper. So use theme, just so we can get the caller, remember? And what happened here? Oh, we need to import the text from React Native paper, not from React Native, right? So we'll just import text over here, and now the error should be gone. Perfect. Now let's try creating a habit, and let's see what happens. Let's put here, let's think of one that I can do every day. Meditate. That's the title, and then I put 5 minutes of meditation every morning. And we choose it to be daily, and we click on add habit. It says current user is not authorized to perform the requested action, meaning that we are displaying the error correctly. But you might be wondering, why am I not authorized? Well, because if you've ever worked with any backend as a service, such as Supabase or Firebase, or in this case, Appwrite, you know that you need to set up policies for which users are authorized to execute actions on your tables. So the way we do that is we go to settings over here, and we go down and we see permissions, right? You can choose who can access the collection and documents. So we need to add a role for this collection. And by default, no one can do anything with this collection, which is good because it secures our collection. So I need to click here, add a role to get started. And I need to choose what role I want to apply. Now I'm going to choose all users over here, and I want to allow all users to create, read, update, and delete. And to be honest, because this app is very personal in the sense that you don't interact with habits from other people, I think that you can basically set the user to be able to do anything they want in this table. So we're going to allow users, not guest users, so users of the app, people authenticated, to be able to create, read, update, and delete their own habits. And I'll click update. And now we should see that if I go back into our app and I click add habit, we have successfully added a habit. Now, how do I know that? Well, the router.back here redirected us back to today's habits, meaning that if I go to our database over here, we should see that there was a document that was created and it looks exactly like what we just created. Great. We have successfully connected our React Native app to our backend. But now, how do I display the habits on the today's habit screen? So I'm going to close now. We're done with the add habits. We'll go to the index screen and we're going to create the today's habits page. So in here, I want to start by being able to fetch the list of habits that we have on the table. So to do that, I'm going to create here a function called fetch habits. It's going to be an async function. And inside of here, I want to try and catch getting the habit. So I'm going to catch an error. And to be honest, if there's an error, I don't want to display anything. I just want to console.error the error. Now, when I fetch the habits, I need to use the same logic we used with the creating habits. We need to access the databases object. So I'm going to await databases, and we need to import that from the Appwrite file. Now for fetching documents in a collection, we use the list documents function. Now this function will list all the documents in this collection as per you put a condition for those documents to appear. And the condition we want is we only want to list the documents that are created by the user that is logged in right now, so they only see their own habits. So what we put here is first we need to put the database ID, then we need to put the habits collection ID, and then finally you need to put the condition. So you might already understand that every time you interact with a database or a collection, you have to pass the database ID and the specific collection ID. So that's why we created those variables and exported them. Now the condition, it looks a bit weird, but you'll get used to it. You need to pass an array because you can actually implement multiple conditions. In our case, we're only going to have one condition, which is just that we only want to list the documents in which the user ID is equal to the ID of the user who's logged in. So to do that, we'll have to get the user that is logged in through the use auth. And we're going to create here a query. Now this query, we can specify what comparison are we making here, right? It can be a between, a contains, a greater than or equal, stuff like that. We want it to be equal. We want the user ID field to equal the ID of the user logged in. So we put equal. We specify the field we're putting this comparison on, so user ID, and we specify what we are comparing it to. So we're comparing it to the user.id. Now this could be null. So if it is null because the user isn't logged in for some reason, we just put this, which is an empty string, and then obviously there's no habits with an empty string, so it won't return anything anyways. Now when this is done, we want to basically keep track of this response. So I'm going to create here a state called habits, and this state will be a list of habits, which is going to have a type called habit list. Now we don't have the type yet. We need to create it. And what I like to do on my React Native app is I like to create a types folder. So I'll create here types. And in here, I'll create all the specific types that we need to be reusing on our project. And habit is a type that we're going to reuse it multiple times. So I'll create here a file called database.type.ts. And in here, I'll create all the types, including this habit one. So in here, we're going to export an interface called habit. And this interface is actually going to extend another interface, which is something we can get from Appwrite. It's going to be called models.document, but we need to import models. So models.document. Why? Because now the habit interface is going to include the specific format of attributes that we're going to set, but also it is going to include extra stuff that a normal document that we get back from Appwrite might include as well. So the way we do this is we specify here. For example, a habit has a user ID, which is a string. It has a title, which is a string, a description, which is a string. It also has a frequency, which is a string, a streak count, which is a number, not a string. It's the only one that isn't a string. And a less completed, which is a string, and a created at, which is a string. Perfect. And now we can use this habit as a type over here by importing the type from database type. Now, when we create the response, I want to set the habits equal to the response. But the response will return back more than just the list of habits. To get that, I actually have to say response.documents, and I want to cast the type of it to be equal to a habit list so that we specifically know what the type is. Now, before we list that out, I want to console log it just so we see if we're actually getting back the response.documents. Let's see what we get back from that. So let's run this fetch habits function every time the user comes to this screen. So I'm going to create a use effect. And on this use effect, we're going to pass a dependency array, which is just going to be the user, just in case the user changes. And in here, I want to call the fetch habits function. Now, if I open my terminal over here, you see that we have a console log and it includes the information for the one frequency or the number one habit that we created, right? It includes here the user ID, it includes the description, the title, and the frequency, and so on. So we are getting back the data correctly. And we're also setting it to the state. So now we can actually start building the UI to adapt to that state. So how are we gonna do this? Well, I'm gonna delete this stuff over here. Let's start from a clean slate. Now in this view over here, I actually wanna start by making kind of like a header to this page. So I'm gonna make another view, which is gonna be the header. And on this one, we're gonna have a text that I'm gonna import. I hope it imported from, no, it's not from React Native. I wanna import it from React Native paper. And then I want this text to be saying today's habits. Perfect. Now I want to put a variant to this. The variant is going to be headline small. And then I want to put a button in here on the header, which is going to be the logout button, which I just realized we deleted. So let me Command Z everything here because I want to get back this button. And then I'll just Command Shift Z so we go back to where we were, and then I'll put the button below this, but we need to import this from React Native paper. Perfect. Now we have this button over here. Now this is going to be the header. So below this header we want to have the list of habits. So we want to first check to see if there's no habits, because if the habits list, so if the habits.length is equal to 0, then I want to display a view over here that is going to have just a text saying that the habits is empty, right? So I'm gonna say no habits yet. Add your first habit. Now, if that's not true, which we know it isn't, then we display the list of habits. And to do that, we have to loop through the habits array. So we'll say habits.map, and we'll map through each of them, grab the individual habit and key over here. And we're going to create a view for this habit. So we'll make here a view. And for now, we won't do anything with it, but we'll just create it. Now, obviously, habits is not empty, so we are not seeing this text. But if this was the opposite, you'll see that we would see this. No habits yet, add your first habit. But we want to keep, obviously, habit like this. So now let's create the habit in individual habit view. So for this, we want to display some information about the habit. The first one is we want to put a text. Now this text is going to be the title, right? So we're going to put here the habit.title. Also, let me just put a key to this view so we can properly index this. Now we're showing the title of the habit. Now we'll do the same thing for the description. So we'll show description. And then I think I want to create a view now so we can display the streak. So I'm going to create a view. I'm going to close that view. And in here, we're going to create another view. And we'll close that other view. And inside of this other view, I want to put an icon. I'm going to put material community icons, similar to what we did before. And on this icon, I want to use the icon with the name fire. It's kind of like a fire emoji. And that's to represent the individual streaks. I'm going to put a size of it to be a little bit bigger. I'm going to make it 18. And I also want to put the color to be this color over here. It's a hashtag FF9800, and it will be kind of orange. Perfect. Now, I want to put a text with the actual streak of this habit. So I'm going to put a text right next to this icon, and it's going to include the habit.streak count. And I'll put right next to it, obviously it's 0 by default, but I'm going to put day streak. Nice. Now below this, I want to put the frequency, right? So below the view that we just closed, I want to put another view, and this will be the frequency badge, the frequency view. And in here, I'll just put a text that says the habit dot frequency dot char at 0, similar to what we did before to capitalize. We're going to uppercase it, plus the habit dot frequency dot slice starting from 1. And I need to close this, sorry. Yeah, and now we get the frequency with the capitalized first letter. So we see daily. Now, obviously, the styling of this looks really ugly. So we do need to apply some styling to it. So I'll do what we did last time. I'll just add the individual elements first, and then I'll apply the styles. So the first thing I want to do is I want to change this to container. And then I want to apply one for the header. So we'll call this header. Then we'll probably have one for the title. So I'll call this title. We don't need anything for the sign out button. Then for this, we're gonna create one. We're gonna call it empty state, and we'll do one for the text as well. We're gonna call it empty state text. And then for the habits, we pretty much want to treat this as a card. So I'm gonna call this card content. Then for the text over here, I want to have a card title. Then on this one, I want to have a card description. And then for this view, we want to, this is the footer, right? Is what goes below the, or kind of like at the bottom of the card. And it will include the streak and the frequency. So I'm going to call this the card footer. Now the frequency or the streak view, we're going to call this the streak badge, and we'll put a styling to the text. I'm going to call this the streak text. Then for this view, we're going to call it similar to this. We're going to call it the frequency badge instead. So frequency badge, and the text will be frequency text. Now we want to put an extra element above the view, which is going to have the style of the card. So we're going to use the surface component. This is a React Native paper component that creates a material design surface for a card. So it's just going to help us style our card better. So I'm going to import that, and I'm going to put it around this. So it's going to wrap it. And for the surface, we're going to create here a style, which is going to be styles.card. And we're also going to put an elevation of 0. So now let's go to our styles over here, and let's make each individual one. So the first one is the container, which is going to be flex1. We're not going to justify anything, but we're going to put a padding of 16. And we're going to put a background color of hashtag F5, F5, F5. Perfect. Now we're going to make here the header. The header, we're going to have a flex direction. So flex direction is equal to row. Now we're going to justify the content to be space between. And then we're going to align the items to the center. And I put a double comma here. And then we're going to set a margin bottom to be 24. So we have some space. Now, after this, we want to style the title. So this thing over here. The title is going to be pretty simple. I just want to change the font weight to be bold. So we have a bold text. Then below this, we want to start styling the card. So the card is going to be huge. We want a margin bottom to be 18. So there's some space in between the cards. Then we want a border radius to be 18 as well. We want a background color to be a little bit different from the color of the whole screen. So we're going to say F7, F2, FA. And you see it's a little bit purple. It's hard to see, but I can see it on my screen. Then I'm going to put a shadow color so we can actually see a shadow, and it's going to be 000. Then I'm going to put a shadow offset to have a width of 0 but height of 2. And then I'm going to put a shadow opacity to have 0.08 opacity, so it's very, very small. And then I'm going to put a shadow radius to be 8. And then finally, the elevation to be 4. Perfect. So it's kind of elevated and you can see it clearly. Now, let's add the card content. So I'll say card content. And we're going to just add some padding to it because it's all cluttered at the side over here. So we're just going to put a default padding on all directions of 20. And it looks a lot better now. Then we want to put the card title, which I guess the card title would be this one over here. And for the card title, we're going to put font size to be 20. So it's a little bit bigger. Then we're going to put font weight to be bold. Perfect. And oh, I wrote cart. So let me put card title, and now it actually updates. Then I want to put a margin bottom to be 4. And I actually want to make the color of this look a little bit different. I want to put the color and make it be #22223B. So it's not technically black. I don't know if you can even notice that. It's not technically black. Now, let's copy this. And we're going to make a card description. So card description. The font size will be smaller, will be 15. But we're also not going to make it bold. We only want to make the title be bold. So I'll just delete this. And we'll make a margin bottom of 16. And then let's make the color a bit different. I'm going to make it be 6C, 6C, 80. Perfect. It's like a lighter gray. Then we want to make the card footer. And the card footer, it's a view. It's not a text or anything. So it's this part over here that encompasses this whole thing. So what we want to do is we want to first put a flex direction, right? We'll put a flex direction of rows so that things are actually next to each other. Then we're going to put justify content and we'll put space between. You'll see that it will now make a space in between the two different elements that are inside of this flex. Then I want to align the items to be center. Perfect. So that it aligns it vertically. Now for the items inside of the footer, we have the streak badge. And this one, we want to put a flex direction of row. I believe this is also a view. So we'll put it as row, and then we'll put align items to be center. We'll put the background color, and I'm going to make it a specific color as well. We're going to put #FFF3E0. So there's like a kind of like, this little orange tint to this area just to count your string. Then I'm going to put a border radius of 12 so it doesn't just look like a square. And then let's make the padding horizontal. So this is just a padding on the X direction. We're going to put it as 10. And we'll put a padding vertical as 4. Perfect. Now I keep putting extra comments. But then down here, let's make the streak text. So streak text. I'm going to make this have a margin left of 6. So there's some space from the left. I'm going to put a color to be #FF9800. And you'll see that this will make it kind of an orange, but not too orange, not too light, such that you can actually see it. Then we're going to make the font be bold so you can see it even better. So font weight, we're going to set it equal to bold. Perfect. Then finally, I'll make the font size be 14. Now, I always recommend overusing bold when you're working with an app, because differently from like a website on your app, making things bold actually looks really, really good. So I always tend to hyper focus on things specific elements that I want to be distinctful in the page. I make it bold. Then I want to copy this whole thing, and we're going to make a similar one, but for the frequency. So we're going to make a frequency badge, and we're going to make a frequency text. Now, there are some changes that we were going to make to them, right? So for example, for the frequency badge, the color is not going to be this. It's going to be EDE 7F6. What this will do is we'll make it kind of purple. And to match that, we're going to make the color of this one be 7C4DFF, which will make it kind of purple as well. Now, another change that we need to make is I'm going to remove the flex direction, the align items from this, and I'm also going to change the horizontal padding to be 12. The padding vertical can be the same. Now the margin left over here doesn't make sense because we only put that here because there's a little icon on the streak, right? So we don't need this, so I'll remove it and it will now look a lot better. And also what we can do is, you see how it says daily because that's how we saved it. It's capital D and then it's the whole word is daily, right? It has lowercase letters after that. But what we can do, which is interesting, is we can actually capitalize the whole text. We can use this property called text transform, and it allows you to make transformations to the capitalization of a word. I can make it uppercase if I wanted to, and the whole thing would be transformed into an uppercase letter, even though the original string isn't uppercase. Now, I just wanted to show this because I think it's cool, but we don't want to do this in our case since it's already good. It's already capital D. Even though we did this manually, we could have done it through here as well using the capitalize property. So now all we have left is the empty state and the empty state text. So I'm going to come down here and let's make it an empty state. And I'll make the flex be 1. I'll make the justify content be center. And I'll align items to the center. Because to be honest, in an empty state, we don't want to do too much things. So we'll say empty state text. And I'll just set the color of it to be a bunch of 6s. So 6, 6, 6, 6, 6, 6. Now we have our card done. If I wanted to add another item, another habit, I could come over here and I would add, for example, we added meditating. Let's do drink 5 gallons. I think 5 gallons is too much. I think 1 gallon of water is good, but yeah, drink 5 gallons of water. I'll make it weekly in this case. So drink a bunch of water every day, and then I'll make this weekly. It's every day because you can space out the 5 gallons in your week. Then I'll click add habit, and where's the habit? Well, it's not here, right? Because what's happening is this is fetching the information from our table when this screen is rendered. So right now, the screen is not being rendered. It's not fetching the data because it fetched it once, right? When we had the use effect. The only way for it to fetch again is if either you changed what the user is by, for example, making the user not be signed in, or if you connect your screen to listen to real-time changes in the habits table. So for example, we could force this by making user equal to null, and obviously that would break. Then I'll remove this over here, and you'll see that it will fetch again the data because user changed, but now there's a valid user and we have here. But we want to listen to this automatically. When we change this, we want it to show up over here no matter what. So to do this, here's what we're going to do. Inside this use effect, we're going to be using this function from Appwrite called the subscribe function. So we're going to make a subscription called the habits subscription, and this is going to actually subscribe to an event that happens in our database table. Now to do that, we have to have access to the client, and the client we can access in the Appwrite. It's this thing that we exported over here. So we're going to say client over here. We're going to import it from Appwrite. Then we're going to say client.subscribe. Now we have to specify what are we subscribing to. So it's a table in our database. But the thing is, to specify what you're subscribing to, you have to actually make this string that is going to let Appwrite know what table and what collection you are subscribing to. So we have to say that we're subscribing to databases. So it's a database. We have to insert here the database ID for the database that we are subscribing to. So we'll insert database ID. Then we want to add another dot, put collections. And then specify the ID of the collection that we are subscribing to. So I'm going to say habits collection ID. And then we want to say that we're subscribing to the documents or to any changes in the documents of this collection. So the whole string would look like this. Like this. So when this client is subscribed, we're going to execute this function over here. So every time there's a change in this operation that we're subscribing to, this callback function is going to be executed. And inside of here, we can get the response, which we need to make a type for that. I'm going to make it on the Appwrite file over here. The type for this, it's going to be the following. I'll just make it below this. I'm going to export an interface called real-time response, and it's going to have a list of events, which is a list of strings, and it's going to have a payload, which we don't know what it's going to be because it depends on what type of response we have, but we'll make this be of that type. Now we have to import this from Appwrite. Now inside of this, we have to check for the different operations that might happen to the event. So in this project, we have 3 operations that we want to detect. We want to be able to create a new habit. So when we create a habit, we want to detect and show that up over here. We want to be able to update it because we want to be able to complete the habit for the day and increase the streak and also maybe demonstrate that it's completed, and also delete it because you can delete a habit. So we have to handle what happens on all of those 3 scenarios. And in all of those 3 scenarios, what happens is we just fetch the list of habits again to show the new habits list, right? And what I want to do here is I want to create a channel. So I'm going to say channel is equal to, and then I want to actually get this list over here, and let's actually extract that and make it into a variable. So I'm going to call it the channel because this is the channel that we're subscribing to. And then I'll just pass this value here instead of making it to the string. And we want to reuse this because then what we can do is in this response, we can check if the response dot events dot includes, and if the event includes a create operation, which we can detect by saying databases dot all dot collections dot all dot documents dot all dot create, and then it will specify that this is just for create operations. Then we want to fetch the habits again. So I'll say fetch habits. Now we can do this as well, and you'll understand why we're doing this for each of them, but we're going to then put an else if, and we can put the same thing, but instead of saying response.events, we change this to update, and we'll also fetch the habits. And if there's a delete, we're going to also fetch the habits. Now, the reason why I'm putting specific else ifs for each of them doing the same thing is just because later on, we're actually going to have another subscription that we're not using right now, but we're obviously going to fetch the information of which habits were completed today. So to do that, we're going to have this little if else group over here. Now, what we want to do is we actually want to pull this fetch habits, the initial one, below this. So we're going to put it like right over here. And at the end, after subscribing to it and fetching the habits, we actually want to clean up this use effect just so we avoid any memory leaks. And then for this, we'll just say habits subscription, and this function, when called, will actually cancel and unsubscribe the subscription. So now, if everything seems to be working, we can go here and add a new habit. So let me add a habit over here. Let's make it 100 push-ups, and I'll put here do 100 push-ups every day. Make it daily, click add habit, and it's broken. So I figure out why it's broken. We have to actually wrap this whole thing around with an if user, just to detect if the user is actually here, and we'll put this, and now it should be working. So when I come over here to add habit and I delete this and I add, I don't know, let me think of another habit. I've done meditation, I've done adding push-ups. I'll do, okay, workout. And I'll put here, do push, pull legs, split. I don't know, I'll put it daily thing, add habit, and now we should navigate back to the main page, and the new habit should appear over here. Now, this works perfectly, but one thing you might notice is if I come over here and I add a monthly thing, like meet up with, or actually call an old friend. This might be something cool. Call someone you haven't in a while. And make that monthly. I click add habit. Where is that? Well, it's down here, but how do I scroll it down? There's no way to scroll it down because we didn't make this screen be scrollable. So how do we do that? So to do that, we have to come down here, and we're going to go to where we map the list of habits. So probably around here. And we're going to actually make this whole thing be surrounded by a scroll view from React Native. Now, a scroll view is it's just like what the name implies. It's going to make this whole section be scrollable. You see it already works, but we can specify certain part of it of like what we want to do, like the style and so on. So first of all, when scrolling, I don't want this to look like a website where it shows this indicator over here. So we can say that it shows vertical scroll indicator, and we'll set it equal to false. And then what happens is, guess what? It doesn't show up. Now you can apply other types of styling to this, and maybe we will later on, but for now we are fine with this. Let's think of what we want to do now. Well, the first thing I want to be able to do is delete habit, just because it's kind of annoying to have a bunch of habits here. Maybe I want to create some other ones just to practice. Like, how do we do that? Well, to do that, I want to do this thing on this habit screen where if you want to delete a habit, you can swipe it to the left, to the right. And if you want to complete a habit, you can swipe it from the right to the left. So that's something complicated, and it exists on a bunch of different apps, but people sometimes don't know how to make this happen. So I thought it would be a good thing to teach you guys. So to do that, we're going to be using this library, which is going to help us detect different gestures that the user is making. And the library is going to be called, we're going to install it, it's going to be called React Native Gesture Handler. So we Expo install it, it will install it into our project. We do have to go to our layout to actually enable it. So I'm going to go to this layout over here. And what we want to do is we want to, above the auth provider, I want to add a gestured handler root view. Now this is going to be something that we wrap around the whole thing. Not an auth provider, a gestured. I'll just copy this whole thing and I want to self-close it. Perfect. And we want to import this from, not from that, let's import it from, let's say React Native Gesture Handler, and we want to import the Gesture Handler root view. Perfect. Oh, I wrote it wrong. That's why it wasn't auto importing, but perfect. Now in this root view, we do have to pass a style to it, or you don't have to, but I want to specifically just make the flex be equal to 1. So we'll say flex is equal to 1, and I'll set this equal here. Perfect. Now inside of this, anywhere in our app, we can detect different gestures that the user is making. The one that we want to do is we want to detect when they gesture a different habit from the right to left or from the left to right. Now inside of the habits list over here, we're going to map through each habit, and wrapping around the habit card, I want to make this be a swipeable component. So I'll just wrap this whole thing around with the swipeable. And in the swipeable over here, I want to set a couple properties. The first property I want to set is I want to make a ref. And a ref is a reference to which of the individual habits I'm applying this gesture handling. So to do that, I actually need to make a list of different cards that I'm going to store inside of a useRef. So we're going to be using one of React's core hooks called the useRef hook. We're going to make a list of the elements by making a swipeable ref list, so swipeable refs. We're going to set this equal to use ref. And in this ref, we need to pass a type to it. We're going to initialize it as just an empty object, but we can make it into actually of this following type. It's going to be a key value pair. The key is going to have a string type, and the value is going to be of type swipeable. Then we're going to make this possibly null if there's any issues. And I do need to actually wrap this around with curly braces because it's an object. Then on swipeable refs, we actually want to use that to assign each individual habit into its own ref. So how am I going to do that is this ref property over here allows me to put a callback function that will allow me to set the current value of this swipeable refs reference list to have the individual current property have a key, which is the ID of this habit. So I'll say habit.id, and the value is going to be the reference of this element that I can get it from here. So I'll set it equal to ref. Then I need to pass a key to this swipeable. That's why we didn't pass a key to the surface, just because we were going to pass it eventually to the swipeable component, which is the parent of this. Actually, we passed it to the view over here. It was before we put the surface. So I'm going to remove that. I'm going to put it here. And actually, this has to be outside of this function over here. I didn't realize we were making that inside of the function. Then below this, we actually have to, we're going to put the following properties. We're going to put an overshoot left to be equal to false. So we don't actually detect, like we don't want the swiping to be very responsive. We want it to be just as much as the user is actually swiping. If we overshoot it to left or to right, which we also need to do, it will actually increase or decrease the friction of which the user is swiping, and it might cause them to accidentally swipe an event, which might not be something that they want to do. We want it to be literally you swipe, and you make sure that you're swiping before deleting or completing a task. Then we want to render how the card is going to look like when the user swipes to the left or to the right. So we can actually change the styling of it and render a component or a view depending on which side they are swiping. So the way we do this is we come over here and we can pass a render left actions and we can pass a render right actions. Then we create functions that will render those, like how the view is going to look like when the user is swiping from the left and from the right. So I'm going to create a render left actions for this one. I'll just copy this and paste it here, and I'll also do the same thing. Then up here we want to make those functions and style those views. So we'll paste the render right action, and I'll make the same thing but for the left action. Now I understand this library is kind of confusing and I wouldn't worry that much about it. It's just for specific use cases. You might not even use it again. But for this use case, we have to do this. Now the way we style it is for the right action, I'm actually going to just remove this and make it into parentheses because we're returning some JSX, right? And we'll return a view, which inside of it, it's going to have an icon. The icon we want to use is a material community icons, which is going to be a check mark. So the name of this icon is going to be a check circle outline. We're going to put a size of it to be 32. And we'll put a color of it. And the color, we are going to make it be #FFF. Now, we'll also put some styling to it later on, but for now, we'll just copy this and we'll put it here. And on this one, instead of using the check, we're actually going to make the trash can outline, because swiping on the left deletes a habit and swiping on the right just completes it, right? So those icons make sense. So you can see that now if I swipe it, the icon appears on the left for the trash can and the icon appears on the right for the check mark. Now the reason why I made it white is just because we're gonna make the background of them be different colors. So for the view over here, we're gonna put, for the right action, we're gonna put a style, and we're gonna create a style called swipe action right. We'll do the exact same thing on the left over here. And we should just need to change this to left. And we'll come down here and we'll make those two. So let's make a swipe left or action left. And let's duplicate this and make one for the right. Perfect. Now for the left, this is the one that we're going to, I believe, have the trash can. So we want to first just style the content of it, so the container of it. We're going to justify stuff to the center. So the trash can is now in the middle. Then we want to align the items to be at flex end. And we want the flex of it to be 1. Now the reason for that is because when you're swiping, you want it to go all the way. And if you don't do that, then it won't actually allow you to swipe it completely. Now it's stuck at that point, but when we finish adding the style, you'll see what will look like. Now I'm going to put a background color and make it be white or green. No, actually this is the trash can, so let's make it be red. And I have this red color over here, which is going to be 4CAF50. No, sorry, this is actually the color for the for the green. I'll even copy and paste it here. For the check mark, sorry. For the red one, the trash can, we're going to make E53935. And it will have this little cool red color. Now, after this, we want to put a border radius of 18. And we want to put a margin bottom of 18 as well, a margin top of 2, and a padding right of 16. And this is how it's going to look like. Then we can swipe it back and up. So it kind of looks pretty nice. Now let's copy all of this. I'll just keep the color the same. We're going to put the exact same thing for the right, but this time it looks like this, and on this one it looks like this. Now I was accidentally putting the styling for the trash can on the other way, so we actually want to put this at the start, not at the flex end. So we'll put flex start, and then it will be here, but on the check mark it will be at the end. And that means that actually we don't want to put a padding right, we want to put a padding left. And you see now the trash can and the check mark appear pretty nicely. Great. But nothing is happening, right? Nothing is happening when I'm swiping, we're not deleting, and we're not completing. So how are we gonna actually complete and delete a habit? Now let's start with the delete because it's the easiest one. For the delete, what I wanna do is I want to create this function up here, which is going to, I'll make it above the render right function, which is going to be called handle delete habit. And it's going to be an async function that it's going to call Appwrite and actually delete the habit from our database. Now on our styling over here, on our swipeable over here, I'm going to run this prop called onSwipeable open. And this will run every time you're swiping for a direction, either left or right. Now, which direction do we know? Well, you get it directly from this argument. It provides you a direction over here. So we can detect it by saying if direction is equal to left, then do something, which in our case is called a handle delete habit. But if it's not, then we're going to create later on a function for the handle complete habit. But we'll start with this one. Also, when we are deleting a habit, we need to know which habit we're deleting. So in this handle delete function, we need to grab the ID of the habit. So in here, we need to pass that ID by saying habit.id. Perfect. Now let's go back here. And to delete a document in your collection, you can run try and catch. We'll put an error here. And when we try this, we're going to await databases, and we're going to call the delete document function. Similar to the other operations, we have to specify the database ID, the habits collection ID, and we have to specify the ID of the habit or the ID of the document we're trying to delete, which we can just get from the ID of this function. Perfect. Now, if there's any errors, to be honest, this isn't a core functionality, so I don't need to show anything. So I'm just going to console.error, the actual error message. Actually, I'll just console log the error. Perfect. Now, let's try to see if this works. Let's delete the workout. I don't like this one. I'll swipe right, and you see that. And now, accidentally, the call an old friend habit was the one selected, because the actual habit that we had before was actually deleted. It's not here anymore. We can't find it anywhere. So we successfully deleted the habit. But the reason why when we swiped, the call an old friend one was the one that was fully swiped instead, is because if you remember, we have this list of reps, right? And this is what detects which habit we're trying to delete. When we deleted the fourth habit over here, that meant that the ID of that ref got removed from the list, but we didn't actually change it. So now, since this is the fourth element, because the one before was deleted, now this was the one that is swiped. If you know what I mean, right? It just switched. So we actually have to also tell the list that it is updated. So how do we do that? Well, on the swipeable open over here, after either direction is handled, we're going to call the swipeable refs, and we're going to say current. We're going to get the current habit.id. So to get the current swipeable element, and we can actually forcefully close it so that the last element isn't already open when we try. So let's delete one over here. I'm going to delete the 100 push-ups, and you see it goes back automatically. It closes, and it actually deletes the item. Perfect. Now, let's start handling the other action, which is the ability to complete a habit. Now, to do this, we actually want to keep track of all the habits that are completed. Now, I'll do that actually by creating a new collection in our habits database. So I'm going to create a collection, and I'm going to call it habit completions. Now, the reason why we're creating this is that it's going to be such a specific thing for us to keep track of, which is going to be a lot easier for us to then get this data whenever we need it. So this table or this collection is going to look very simple. It's going to have three attributes. The first one is going to be a habit ID to reference which habit we're trying to complete. We'll put the size again to be 1,000 or something. We'll make it required. The second attribute is going to again be a string, but this one is going to reference which user completed this habit. So we're going to put a user ID with a size of 1,000, and it's required. Now, the last thing we need to know is just when this habit was completed. So we're going to put a completed at property, a size of 1,000, and it's also required. Now, this is all we need to know. Now we need to keep track of the habits completion ID. So we're going to copy this collections ID. We're going to go back to our table, and in here, we're going to go to the Appwrite file, and actually we need to put it in our .env file first. So I'm actually going to put it here. I'm going to copy this. I'm going to change this to habits, to completions actually. Let's call it completions. So the completions collection, and we're going to paste this ID in here. Then let's go to our Appwrite file, and let's export this ID. So I'm going to copy this. Going to call this the completions collection ID, and then on this one we'll change this to completions as well. Perfect. Now let's go to our index.tsx, and in here we want to create a function that is going to be similar to the handle delete habit, but it's going to be a little bit more intricate. So we're going to call it the handle complete habit. And it's also going to take in an ID, but instead of deleting a document, we want to create a document. We want to actually insert this habit into the list of completed habits. So we're going to change this collection ID to be completions collection ID instead. And we do want to pass an ID here, but it's not the ID of the habit we are completing. because that is going to go in the actual payload that we're sending. The ID of this is just going to be an ID that we generate for this table. So we're going to say ID.unique. And then in here, I want to pass a habit ID, and that's going to be equal to the ID that we have from the function. Then a user ID, which has to be equal to the user.id, but we have to, let's assert that the user exists first. Let's actually come over here and just say if not user, then return. So we skip this. And now we don't have to put that question mark. And then we'll pass a completed at, and the completed at is going to be the current moment, right? Because this function is going to be called when the user completes the action. So it's going to be a new date dot to ISO string. Perfect. Now, when a user completes a habit, we don't want it to just insert the new habit on the habit's completion. That's just part of one of the things we want to do. The other thing is we actually want to update the habits table, because if you remember, this table has a couple attributes that are important. For example, the streak count should increase, the last completed should change, and yeah, I think those two only, to be honest. But yeah, the streak count should increase so that we know that the user now completed an extra day. And the last completed will let us know if the user completed the habit in the current day. So what we do is after this await over here, we want to grab the specific habit that, oh, I need to actually come out of this. So here, we want to grab the specific habit that we want to increase the streak of. So we're going to say const habit is equal to habits.find, and we'll find the habit that has the h equal to the habit.id equal to the ID of this function. So we just found the habit that we are trying to complete. Then, if for some reason we didn't find any habits, then we'll just return and continue forward and not actually do anything. But if we do have a habit, then we want to call await databases.update document. And on this update document, we want to pass the database ID and the habits collection ID, since we're updating the habits collection. And we want to specify which document we want to update. So in the update function, you pass obviously these two things that you pass on every function, but you have to pass the ID of the document you want to update, which in our case is just ID. It's the thing we have here as an argument to this function. And then you have to pass a payload. And this payload is just going to be what part of this document you want to update. Whatever payload you pass here, whatever fields you pass will be updated. So the only two fields we want to update is the streak count, which we want to make it equal to, we want to basically increase it by 1. So we do have its current value because we just currently got the habit from here, right? So we can just say streak count now will be habit.streak count but plus 1. So we just increase it by 1. Now the second thing we want to update is the last completed. We want to set it equal to the current date. So I'm going to say new date equal to ISO string. Perfect. Now I just realized as well that we definitely want to use the same date for both of them. So what I want to do is I want to actually get the current date and set it equal to this, and then just reuse it twice so we don't have any mismatches in between those dates. Perfect. Now if there's an error, we'll just console log it and it's fine. So let's see if this works. I'm gonna call this when the direction is right. So we're gonna say if else if direction is equal to right, then we're going to call the handle complete habit and we're gonna pass the habit.id. Perfect. Now let's try completing a habit. Let's try completing this calling an old friend one. So I'm gonna put right to left, and it says current user is not authorized to perform the requested action. And the reason for that is because we just made a new collection, this habit completions, but we didn't set up the policies for this collection such that it doesn't allow any user to do anything on it. So in the permissions over here, we have to add a role to what we want to allow users to do with this collection. I'm just going to put all users, and all users can create, read. Actually, I'm just going to say create because I think that's the only thing we're going to do for now. So I'm going to click update, and now users are able to create. So let's try again. Yeah, perfect. It worked. Not only we notice here that this day streak updated by 1 because we just updated the thing, right? But also if I go back here and I go to documents, we see that the habit completions also has a new entry. Perfect. Now I want to be able to fetch the list of habits that were completed today. Now the reason for that is because of a couple things. First of all, that will allow me to prevent a user from being able to do this, and all of a sudden they completed the same habit twice in the same day. They just keep doing this infinitely. But also because I want to have a special styling when a habit was completed today. So to do that, I want to actually create a function somewhere here, which is going to be similar to the fetch habits function, but it's going to fetch the completed habits, or the completed habits, but for today. So I'm going to call this fetch today completions. Now, this is going to be a little bit different. What I want to do is I want to know what today means. So how do we fetch only completions that were from today? Well, to do that, I'm going to say const today is equal to new date. Then I'm going to set the hours of today to be, so set hours to be 0, 0, 0, 0. Then when we are fetching the list of documents in the query over here, which by the way, this isn't going to be for the habits collection, it will be for the completions collection. In the query over here, we want to keep this the same. We want to only query the completions that were from the current user. But we can add another query to this because this is a list of queries, right? And the second query is going to be that we want to only copy or get the completions that happen in the current day. So query dot greater than or equal to, and then we'll put the property of completed at to be greater than or equal to today dot toISO string. So what this will do is it will get all of the completions from the completion collection, which first of all, it was done by the user that is logged in. So we don't get completions from other users, so it wouldn't make any sense. But also the ones that happened at least after this morning, which will only get the completions from today. It obviously won't get any from the future because unless you manually edit the database, you should never have a completion from the future, right? So only have it for today. And when we get this back, we can grab it by saying const completions is equal to response dot. Actually, we can just set it directly similar to how we did with the habits. We're going to have to make a state for this. I'm going to come here and I'm going to call it the completed habits state and a set completed habits. Now the type of this is going to be a bit different. We're going to create a new type here. Let's export an interface called habit completion, and it will again extend the models.document. And what I want this to be is it's going to have a habit ID, which is equal to a string, a user ID, which is equal to a string, and it's going to have a completed at, which is equal to a string as well. Now in here, we can now use this habit completion type, and it's going to be a list of it as well. Now let's use this set habit completions down here to, instead of setting the habits, we set the response.documents as a habit completion list. Perfect. Now, to be honest, if I'm thinking about it, when we want to detect if a habit was completed today, it might be easier for us to make this set completed habits state to, instead of being a habit completion type array, it just be a list of the of the IDs of this habit in the in this list. So instead of being a list of completed habits, we have a list of their IDs. So that when we want to detect if the current habit is completed, we just detect if this list of IDs include the ID of the current habit. So instead of doing this over here, let's actually get this. So we'll say completions is equal to this. We're gonna just put it over here just so we can make it easier. And then I'm gonna transform this completed habits, which was previously a habit completion type, and I'm gonna map through it, and I'm gonna map each completion to become just its ID. So I'm gonna say dot habit ID. And now this should be a list of strings with the IDs of the habit, which is perfect because one of the main things I want to prevent is this allowance that we have for basically completing a habit multiple times in the day. So to do that, instead, to prevent that, I can just come to the handle complete habit and prohibit that by saying if the completed habits includes the ID of the current habit, so this over here, then return. Now we're not fetching the completed habits yet, so I'm going to actually call it down here, similar to what we did with the habits. I'm going to fetch it. And oh, I just realized that we didn't set up a permission for reading on this table as well. I completely missed that. So let's set up a permission for reading so that we don't get any errors. And then now it should be fetching that information. So if I try to complete that, it doesn't, it actually allows me to, maybe it's not actually fetching. Wait, let me comment this out, save it, and then uncomment it and save it. Let's try again. And yeah, now it doesn't work. It was just that we got an error, so we didn't actually fetch the completion again. So you know what that means, right? It means that we're not actually getting the information about the completions in real time. So similar to what we did here with the habits, we want to have a subscription for this new completions table. Now, what we're going to do is we are going to create another subscription but this one is going to be the completion subscription. So I'm going to call this actually, this channel over here, we're going to call this the habits channel. So we know that this is just a channel for the habits subscription. And we're going to copy this entire logic and we're going to paste it again down here, but we're going to make this into the completions channel. So we're subscribing to the channel that detects any changes in the completions table. So in the collections ID here, we have to change this to the completions collection ID. This will also change it to the completions subscription. And I'll pass the completions channel instead. Now, one thing that is important as well is with the completion table, right? We don't want to listen to an update or a delete. Those are not actual things that we're actually making on that table. We're just creating completions. So we're only going to listen to a create event. And when that happens, we want to fetch the today's completions again. So we'll fetch the completions one more time. And in the end here, we want to return the unsubscribe function for this subscription. So we'll just return and call the completion subscriptions again. Perfect. Now let's try and see what happens here. So let me try to complete this, and we should see that this increased. Now it should have also fetched the today's completions, but one thing that is important is now if I try doing this again, it doesn't actually allow me to because it detected that today we completed this habit. So it won't allow us to pull the streak one more time. So now another way that we can actually separate completed habits from non-completed habits is we can actually use this information to kind of make the UI look a little bit different if the habit was already completed in the day. So we're going to actually create here a state somewhere. It's not going to be a state actually, it's just going to be a Boolean called is habit completed. And this is going to be a function that returns a true or false statement of whether or not a habit based on its ID was completed or not. So we're going to make this into a function that requires a habit ID, which is a string. For us to know if the habit was completed, we literally just have to check in the completed habits array if it includes the ID of this habit. So if it does, then the habit that we're passing in the argument of the function was completed, and this should return true. If not, then it will return false. and we use this inside of our UI. So what I want to do is I actually want to create a version of the UI of this card to be called the card completed UI. We're going to go to the surface that we have over here, and in the style, instead of passing one style, which is the style for the card, we want to pass an array of styles. So actually, we'll just keep it the same, but we're going to pass an array in here. So I'm going to just do this, and we're going to pass two specific styles. The first one is the styles.card, which is the default style. But if the habit completed is true, and we do that, we find out because we say is habit completed, and we pass the habit.id here. If that's true, then we also want to pass in this array a new style, which we're going to call it the card completed style. Now we don't have that yet, so we're going to go here to styles, and next to the card, I'm going to create a card completed. Now you'll see that if based on this, I just made the background of the card completed be, for example, red. I'll just make it red. You see that the habits that were completed today are now being correctly distinguished between the ones that haven't been completed today. So, and by the way, I'm recording this video with multiple days in the distance, so that's why I haven't actually completed this today. This isn't already another day, so we're correctly detecting if it's a different day. That's why, so you guys don't get confused with this. So now we are correctly detecting that. So what styles do we want to implement for the habits that have been completed? Well, literally all I want to do is I just want to make it a little bit less visible. I'm going to set the opacity to be 60%. And you'll see that now it's clear that the ones that are kind of grayed out are the ones that are completed. Now, one thing we can do as well is we're still gonna want to allow swipeable actions, right? When the thing has been completed. Now, obviously the completed one isn't gonna increase the 1 day streak, but we want to allow the user to be able to delete a habit if that's the case. Now, what I want to do instead is when the user tries to complete a habit that they have already completed, I want the check mark to be replaced with a text saying completed or something like that. So, I accidentally deleted that habit, but yeah. So we're gonna go to the to this over here, the render write action, and in this function, we're going to actually change the argument of it to require a habit ID, which is going to be a string. Now, because of this, when we call this function, we have to change this to return back an anonymous function that passes in the habit.id. Now, in the render write function, we want to check here if the habit if is habit completed is true, and we pass the habit ID in here, then we actually want to show a text that will say completed. If not, then we want to show the check mark, and you'll see now that when it's completed, it will say completed, and when it's not, it will show a check mark. Now, obviously, this we need to put a style to it. To be honest, I can just pass here a quick style since it's just going to be a small style. I can just put the color and I'll make it be the same thing because it's something that we also did here for the check mark, just so we don't have to make an extra style for this. And you see that now it looks a lot better. Perfect. Now we are finally done with this page. We want to now create the last screen that we have, which is the streak screen. We have the add habit, the today's habit, and now let's make the streak screen. So I'm going to close this. We're going to open up here the streaks component. Now on this page, what I want to do is I want to first get the data about the habits and the completions, because what we want to do with this is we want to actually use that data to rank the different habits that have been completed, just to show the user which habits they're completing more often and more not. So what we do is in here, we need that data as well. Now, the way we're going to do that is we're going to go to index.tsx and we're going to copy this logic over here. So we're going to copy this logic. We're going to paste it in here. We're going to copy the use effect. But to do that, there's a bunch of stuff that we have to copy still. We have to copy the functions, right, for the fetch habits and the fetch today completions. We're going to copy both of them. and we're going to paste it over here. And also we're going to have to copy the states. So we're going to copy the habits and the completion states. And as well, we're going to put it over here. Now, it's not just copy and paste. We're going to have to make some changes to them. So first of all, let's import some of the stuff from React. So like the use state and the use effect hook. Now, we want the habits array to be a list of habits. So we have to import this type. But the completed habits, we don't want it to be a list of strings like we were before. Before, we're just getting a list of the IDs of the habits that were completed. Instead, now we want to get the whole data of it. So I'm going to actually make this be of type habit completion. Now, to get the user, we're going to say const user is equal to use auth, like we did before. Now, perfect. And then we need to get the different types. But the thing is, we don't need the logic for the subscription on this screen. And the reason for that is because this screen, this doesn't matter because we're not interacting on the streak screen. We're not doing anything to change the data of the habits or the completions, right? We're not deleting habits or completing habits on the streak screen. That's just to display data. So we want to delete all of this logic over here. We'll delete this as well. We're just going to fetch the habits and the completions in the use effect. So I'll delete this over here. We don't need to return or clean up any subscriptions. And we're actually not going to just fetch today's completions. We want to fetch all of the completions. So I'm going to change the name of this function to fetch completions. And on the function over here, we'll have to change the name. And we'll need to change this query a bit because this was just fetching which habits were completed for a specific user in today, right? In a specific day or time frame. Now, we don't need this anymore. So I'm going to delete this. And I want to import all of the Appwrite stuff. So I'll import databases. I'll import database ID and completion ID and query as well. But instead of fetching for when the completed data is greater than or equal to today, we'll delete this. We'll just get all of the completed habits by the user, no matter which day they were completed at. And in the end, I want to set the completed habits to be equal to the completions, not a list of the completion IDs. We'll put the whole completion data inside of here. Perfect. Now for the habits, I think this should pretty much be the same. We don't need to change anything. We just have to import the habit collection ID and we should be good to go. Now in the streaks screen, we have the habits and the completed habits arrays, and those are filled with the correct data. Now, what are we going to start with? Well, let's start with the data that we want to display in our screen for the different habits that were completed. So we're gonna have two parts of the screen. If you remember from the demo, we're gonna have the top over here, which is gonna show a rank of the habits that were completed the most. And at the bottom, we'll show as well each individual habit and the current streak for it. So we'll start with the bottom part first, just because it will help us set up for what we need for when we make the top part. So to do that, I'm gonna first just change this to say habit streaks. Just have a nice title, and then below this, I want to rank the habits. So I'm going to create a function at the top here. Actually, let's just make it below the fetch completion stuff. And I'm going to make this function called get streak data. What this function is going to do is it's going to take a habit ID, and for each habit, it is going to return back the streak for that habit, the best streak for this habit, and the total amount that we have for that habit as well. So in order to do that, we need both the data for the habit itself, but also for all of the times you completed this habit. So we know what was the biggest sequence in which you were completing this habit. So we detect the best streak and the current streak. So the first thing we need to do is we need to get all of the completions for this habit sorted by the date. So we have the habit completions, or we have the completions array. So I'm going to create an array here called habit completions. And we're going to set it equal to completed habits dot filter. And we're going to filter for each habit with an ID equal to this habit ID. So we only keep the habits that has this ID, because remember, the completions array will include every single habit that was ever completed. And since this function, we want to return the data for each habit, we need to first specify which habit we're talking about. So I'll say C, we only want to filter for when the habit ID is equal to the habit ID of the function. Now, when we filter for that, now this habit completions will only include this habit inside of it. And then we can use the sort function from JavaScript to sort it. Now we had to specify how we want to sort this. And the way I'm going to do this is I want to sort it by date. So the easiest way to do this is we have a callback function over here, which we can use to compare. You can see even here it shows. You compare the first habit, which is habit A, with the second habit, which is habit B. So we're going to grab A and B. And the way we're comparing them is based on the difference in the date of when the habit A and the habit B were completed. So we'll say the new date, and we'll pass the completed at value for A dot get time minus, and then we'll put the same thing but for B. And that difference is what we sort the array for. And now we have a list of the specific habit sorted by the times in which they were completed. Now we have to check to see if this array is empty, because if the habit completions.length is equal to 0, then we just want to return basically a default state to this object. So what's going to happen is this object over here, let's just make a simple interface here, is going to be called streak data. And what it's going to return is it's going to return a streak, which is going to be a number, a best streak, which is also going to be a number, and a total, which again is going to be a number. So when we return this, we want to use that interface. And when we have an empty state, we basically want to return the streak to be 0, the best streak to be 0 as well, and the total to be 0 as well. Now below this, we now can assume that habit completions is not empty, and we have the sorted array. Now what do we do with it? Well, we build the streak data. At the end, we want to return basically an array or an object that is going to look like this. It's going to return a variable called streak, a variable called best streak, and a variable called total. But we don't have those yet, so we have to build them. So let's write here, build streak data. So we'll start with streak. We'll create a variable here, set it equal to 0 initially. We'll create a variable for best streak. We'll set it to 0 as well. And we'll make one for total. Now the total, obviously it's going to be the length of the habits completion array, because then it's the total amount in which we completed this habit. So we'll say habit completions dot length, and this is already going to be the total value. Now, in order for us to generate the value for streak and best streak, we also need to know the last date in which the user completed it. So we're going to say let last date. We're going to set a type of it to be a date or null, because it will start as null. And we'll have to calculate that. And we also need to know the current streak. So we'll say current streak is equal to 0. Perfect. Now, for us to build this, we have to loop through the habits completion array and detect that information and accumulate for each individual habit. So we're going to say habit completion dot for each, and for each habit, we'll get the information of it through this completion variable. Now, first, let's get the date. So we're going to say const date is equal to new date. This is going to give us the date of the completed at for this habit. So we're going to say c.completed at. Then we need to check to see if there is a value for last date. Initially it's no, but as we run through this habits completion array, as we iterate through it, we're going to change that value. So if last date is not null, so if there was a date in which the habit was last completed, then we want to get the difference in between the current date of this habit and the last date. So we're going to say diff is equal to date.getTime minus lastDate.getTime. And then we want to wrap this around with some parentheses so we can actually divide it into an actual format that we understand. So we'll divide it by 1,000 times 60 times 60 minutes or times 24 hours. Now, the reason why this is still giving us error and it's saying property get time doesn't exist on type never, is because we have, like, even though we're asserting here that last date is not null, TypeScript knows that we never set last date to anything, right? We set it to null initially, but we've never set it again. Later on in this function, we are going to set it to something, so this error will go away. So for now, just ignore it. Now, when we have the difference in time, we want to check to see if the difference is less than or equal to 1.5. Because if it is, then we want to increase the streak by 1. So we'll say current streak plus or equal to 1. Now, if it's not, we just want to keep current streak to be equal to 1. We want to initialize it to 1. Now, if there's no last date, right? And here's where we're going to actually set a value for last date. We want to check first to see if the current streak is greater than the best streak. Because if it is, then we want to change the value for best streak and set it equal to current streak. Now we updated that value. An easy way to do this would also use the min or max functions from math, which is a library you can access in JavaScript, but I think this way is also intuitive. Now, if that's not the case, then we want to set the streak equal to the current streak, and we'll also set the last date equal to the date. And you'll see that now last date is not null, and we can access the get time. And if all of this is successful, in the end, we'll get back here the data. We'll have correctly filled out the data for the habit, for the streak data. Now, one thing I just noticed is that it's saying that total is not assignable because if you look at how we define total, it assumes the habit completion can be null. Now, we can remove this because we already assumed that it is not undefined. Now, the reason for that is because when we come here to when we set the states, we didn't put an initial value to it. We can pass an empty array, and now it will allow us to pass empty values, like, for example, passing just the length without putting a question mark in here. And now total will always be a number. Initially it will be 0, but as we fill it out, we'll update it. So perfect. Now we're getting back the correct streak data. Now, why did we need this streak data? Because now we can create this ranking variable, which is going to rank the habits based on its streak data. So I'll do it here. Const habit streaks is equal to habits.map, and I want to map through each habit and rank it by its best streak. So for each habit, we're going to get back the streak data for that habit. So I'm going to say get streak data, and I'll pass the habit.id. And like we know, we're going to get the streak, the best streak, and the total. So streak, best streak, and total. And what we're doing here is we're going to return each value based on that. So what I could do actually is I'll return here the habit, the best streak, the streak, and the total. Now you might think this is kind of redundant because we're just getting the streak data for each of them and then returning. Well, technically we are getting the habit as part of the object that we're returning as well, something we didn't have access to in the streak data. And now we have this habits streaks, and we can use that to make the ranked habits, because since we know the information of each habit plus their streak data, we can sort through this habit streaks array. And if you remember from what I explained about the sort function, we can compare two different values in this array based on the A and B. And we put a condition in which we want to compare them. And the comparison we want to do here is we want to rank it based on which habit had the longest best streak. So it's A.best streak minus B habit.best streak. And the difference of that will rank some habits higher than others. And now we have this. We can console log this so you guys can see if it's working. And if I open this up, wow, it actually looks kind of weird. Wait, let me just do a .map here so we can see it better. I'll map through this, and I'm gonna map based on just the habit dot, and then I'll just get the title so you guys can see. We know which habit is the best one. It's call an old friend. We only have 2 of them, right? So call an old friend should be, yeah, as you can see, it's at the top, and then meditate is at the bottom. Perfect. So we know it's correctly ranked. If I actually added a new habit here, let's put drink 1 gallon of water, drink a bunch of water. If we add this, the streak will be 0. So it appears here if I go to streaks again, and this is not fetching every time. So I technically can just do this, like comment something out, save it, it'll break, and then come back. And you see that the drink 1 gallon of water doesn't even appear in the console log because it's not a completed habit. So it doesn't appear on this. But if I were to go ahead and complete this, and now I open this up, and I go back to streaks, then now we see drink 1 gallon of water as one of the options over here. Perfect. So let's remove this and let's use the ranked habits to display the habits being ranked in the UI. So below this text over here, I want to check to see if the habits dot length is equal to 0, because if it is, then this actual screen should just show an empty state. I'm going to add the same empty state we had here. So I'm going to copy the empty state we put here. Where is it? Yeah, it's this. I'll put the exact same thing, and we should be good to go. I'll obviously delete the style for now, just because we don't have those yet. We'll save it. Now we do have to pass an alternative to this, which is going to be us mapping through the ranked habits. And for each element, we're going to return a card. Now a card is going to be a component that we can get from React Native Paper. So I'll just return this for now. We see the error goes away. But one thing we need to do is we need to get back, since we're looping through the ranked habits, we can get back a bunch of stuff in this function. So we can get back the habit, the streak, the best streak, and the total. We also want to get back here the key for each element. And in this card over here, I'm going to, again, put the parentheses. I'm going to first pass the key to this, just so we can remove the annoying warning that it gives us. And inside of this card, I want to put a card.content. This is a type of a component that we can put. And inside of it, I want to put a text with the title of the habit. So I'm going to say text, and then I'll put the habit.title. So now we see each of the streaks appearing in order. And now we can see the streaks or the habits appearing in order. And then below this, I'm going to put another text that is going to be the description. So I'm going to say habit.description. Then we want to put the view, which we're going to show the stats for this specific habit. So I'm going to put view over here. And for the first view, this is the stats row. So if you think about it, there are going to be 3 stats, one next to each other on the same row. So I'm going to start with the first one, which is going to be the view for the current streak. So I'm going to put here a view with a text. And the first text is just going to be the emoji for like fire and the streak. Perfect, which all of them for some reason, all of them are 0. Then we want to put another text, which is going to be the text for the best streaked. Actually, no, below this, we'll just put current. But then we'll copy this view and we'll put 2 more. But this one is going to be for the best streak. So we're going to do like a trophy, and we're going to change this to best streak. And then we'll change this again to best. And then for the last one, we want to put a check mark, and we'll put the total, and we'll change this to total as well. And now we see the total amount of streaks, the current streak, and the best streak as well. Now, technically, I haven't completed any of these for multiple days in a row, just because of the way I'm recording this video. So you see that if you're doing this all in one day, the value for current and best will always be 0 because you haven't spent 2 days in a row actually increasing the habits, right? The completions. And I know one of them says 5, but that's just because we increased it to 5 after we implemented the restriction for this habit to be able to complete twice on the same day. So now I want to continue building this part. We have the information for the streaks and for the total. We can actually include already some styling to this, and I probably want to do that. I want to start with the style for this card content over here before we continue building the top part. For this section, I want to first set a style, which is going to be, let's call it styles.habit title. Now I do want to put a style sheet, so I'm actually going to just copy this, paste it down here, and then just close this. And I want to import the style sheet from React Native. So I'm going to go up here. We're going to import it from React Native. I just realized the text that we imported shouldn't be from React Native. It should be from React Native paper. So let's import it from React Native paper, which means that now in this text, we can use some of React Native paper's styling. For example, I can put a variant to this. So I'm going to put a variant of title medium, and we'll make it a little bit bigger. I also want to put a styling to this, so I'll copy the style here. And I'm going to call this actually, this is the one that has to have habit title card content. We don't really need to style it at all. I'm going to delete that. Now on the description, we're obviously going to change this to habit description. And on the view for the stats, this is a row, right? They're currently in a column. They're one on top of each other, but we want to change the styling to that to show to become a row. So I'm going to call this the stats row. Then for each of the views here, I want to actually set a background color that is a bit different. So the first one is going to be just this one, the fire. So we're going to call this we're going to call it stat badge. And we'll make a version of it for the best streak, which is going to be a golden version of it. So I'm going to call it stat badge gold, so we know which is which. And for this one, we're going to call it stat badge green. And the color here is just so we differentiate what we're going to set the background color to. Now for each of them, we want to basically use the same style. So we're going to call it stat badge text. And for the bottom thing, we're going to call it a label. So stat label. And we'll copy the same thing and paste it on this and on this. And I'll copy this as well and paste it on this and on this. Perfect. Now let's create the actual style. So I'm going to come here to the style sheet and we'll start with the title. The title is just going to have a font weight of bold and the margin bottom of 16. Then we want to set a card type, which we actually didn't set a style for. So I'm going to actually copy this and I'm going to set here, not for the card content, for the card. We want to actually set, so for this card type, I actually want to pass two styles. I want to pass the first style, which we're going to call it the styles.card, which is just for every single card, they have the same style. But the second one is I want to implement a different styling depending if it's the first card, because the first card is the card with the best streak, right? So the way we're going to do this is we're going to detect to see if the index or the key actually of this habit is equal to 0. It means it's the card at the top, which is the best streak card. And if that's true, then I also want to implement another style called first card. So those are both styles that we want to create. So we'll come down here and we'll implement for the card, we're going to put a margin bottom of 18, a border radius of 18 as well. And oh, I just realized we're doing this inside of the title, which by the way, the title, this style is actually not for the habit title, it's for this title up at the top over here. So we have to implement it as well. So that's why it appears like that. Also, let's put a styling for this view. Let's call it container. And container, you guys know, is going to be the, like, it's almost always the same. It's just a flex of 1. A background color to be the color that we've been using all the time. So it's going to be the F5, F5, F5. And then we also want to put a padding of 16. Perfect. And then let's put a comma on this and everything should be fine. Now on the card, let's continue building this. I want to put a different background color. We're going to make it be hashtag FFF. Then we'll make an elevation of 3. We're going to put the shadow color to be hashtag 000. Then for the shadow offset, we're going to set a object with a width of 0 and a height of 2. So we have more control over the shadow. And we'll set a shadow opacity to be equal to 0.08. So it's very minimal. Now, after that, we want to set a shadow radius to be equal to 8. We want to set a border width to be equal to 1. And we'll set a border color to be equal to hashtag F0, F0, F0. Perfect. This is the styling I want for each of the habits. Now, below this, like I said, we now detect which is the habit that appears at the top, which, by the way, I don't know if you've noticed already, since all of the streaks are at 0, even the current and the best, it really isn't sorted. But I have another version of this app, which is the one I built before recording this video, which I actually did complete the streaks. It's the same code, but I did complete the streaks multiple times. So you guys will see a better idea of how this is going to look like when you use the app multiple days in a row. So we just wanted to highlight the first card so it's very clear to the user which one is the best one. So we're going to say first card. We'll set a border width to be 2. And we'll set a border color to be this purple color. So we'll set 7C4DFF, and this will be kind of like this purple shadow to it. Now, below this, let's set the styling for the stuff inside of the card. So we'll start with the habit title. This will have a font weight of bold. Then we're going to use the font size of 18, and let's put a margin bottom of 2. Perfect. Now for the habit description, I'll copy this and I'll just call it description. We want to not set a font weight or a font size. We want to set a color of it. So I'm going to set a color to be hashtag 6C6C80. So it's kind of like, again, that little grayish color. The margin bottom, we can make it a little bit bigger. We'll make it 8, so there's more space. Not 28, 8. Now below this, let's make the row. So this stuff appears one next to each other. One here, and one here. So I'm going to call this stats row. And to do that, we'll just set the flex direction to be row. Then now they're next to each other, but we need to put a space in between them. So I'm going to justify the content to space between. Now we'll set the margin bottom to be 12 and the margin top to be 8. Now below this, let's set the stat badge, which is the styling for the first one, the little fire over here. So most of them are going to be pretty much the same. We want to first set a background color. So I'll just copy this. I'll paste it here. And the background color for this one is going to be FFF 3E0. So it's kind of like an orange color. Now, below this, we want to put a border radius of 10. We want to put a padding horizontal of 12, a padding vertical of 6, and we want to align the items to the center. And then below this, we'll just set a minimum width of it to be 60. Now we can copy this and put it 2 more times, but we'll change this to be the stat badge gold and the stat badge green, because the stylings are pretty much the same, but the difference is going to be just the size of it and also the color. So for the gold, we want to put a golden color. So the style will be FFF-DE7. And you see, it's kind of a yellow instead of an orange. Now for this one, again, it's going to be a bit different. It's going to be E8F5E9 to give it a green look. Now we can go down here and we can add a stat badge text, because it's for the first text that appears over here in each of the elements. And for that, we're just going to put a font weight of bold. Then we're going to set a font size to be 15. And then we're going to set a color to be a hashtag 22223B. Perfect. Now below this, we want to actually put a label. So the styling for the label, which will include the margin between the label and the text, because it looks kind of close to each other. So we're going to call this stat label. And in here, we don't want to make it be a bold text. We want the font size, which I just realized we already have style here. I want it to be 11, so a little bit smaller than the top one. But also, I want to set the color to be 888, and I want to set a margin top to be 2. Now the font weight, even though we don't want it to be bold, we can set a specific value to it. And I'll set 500 because I think it looks better this way. Now, this is the style for each individual habit streak. Now the thing is, first and foremost, when we have the habits here, let me add a couple other habits. I'm gonna add here the let's think about it. What habit I want to add? Probably I'll just do the workout because it's one that I haven't added. So workout 5 days a week. I'm gonna make this weekly, and it appears here. And I also probably want to I probably want to increase I want to run the same kind of subscription we ran here. I know I deleted it, but I realize now that it should probably be included here if we want everything to appear automatically. So yeah, I'll copy this logic here, and it's going to be quick for us to add it. I'll just put it above this. I'll change this to fetch completions, and I'll have to import the client, and I'll have to import the real-time response. Pretty much the rest is the same. The only thing we need to do now is we have to return, obviously, the cleanup function, which is just going to call the habits. Is it the habit subscription? Yeah. Habits subscription, and it's going to call the completion subscription. Perfect. So now we know that it will include this, but this is why I wanted to add this. So I showed you guys, I want to make this scrollable because it is not scrollable right now, right? And things can just be messed up if they appear at the bottom here. So to make it scrollable, I'm going to come to the streaks view, right? And in here, right when we have the ranked habits, I actually want to put a ScrollView around this. Similar to what we did on the other component, I want to put a ScrollView here. Now I need to wrap this around with some curly braces so that this is actual JavaScript, and we can, oh, I'm not in the right screen. We can now scroll through this, but I do want to put I want to remove the vertical, right? So show vertical scroll indicator. I want to set it to false, like we did on the other screen, and perfect. Now I do want to put as well the container. Actually, I want to swap this. I want to put this to be over here. Yeah, so it's not cluttered at the side, and it looks pretty nice now. Yeah, I like this. Perfect. So now we can scroll through this and we can see all of the things. But how do we show the ranking of the habits at the top? It's the top part, right? So that's why I made the scroll view be just the loop of the ranked habits, because we're going to have something above it. Now, how do we display that information? Well, above the habits.length equal to 0, we want to include that view. So I'm going to put here, if the ranked habits array is not 0, so if it's greater than 0, then let's display this view. This view is going to be kind of like a table. We're going to style it to look like a table later, but for now, we'll keep it like this. We'll put a text, which again is the one from React Native paper, which will show this little emoji for like a medal, and it will say top streaks. It should appear at the top here, but I just realized that we didn't put a dot length here. Perfect, yeah. Then below this, we want to loop through the ranked habits and only show the top 3 habits. So we'll put here ranked habits. We're going to slice this array, just show the first 3. And for each of them, we're going to map and grab each habit and their key. And for each habit, we want to return a view. Now we'll set the key of the view to be equal to the key of the array. And for each habit, I want to display some information about it. For example, I pretty much want to display the badge. So like we'll have 3 different types of badges that we want to include. And depending on which kind of badge we want to use, we'll put it over here. So the first item will have a specific styling, the second item will have another specific styling, and the third one will have a different one as well, just so we can clearly differentiate who's number 1, number 2, and number 3. So we'll make here an array called badge styles, and we're gonna add a style for the badge first place, the badge second place, and the badge third place. So we'll do badge 2 and badge 3. And the way we differentiate them is on the style of this, not for this view, but we're gonna put a view below this. We want to pass, actually let me just complete this view. We want to pass a style object here, and we'll pass an array, which is going to include the generic style for the ranking badge, but also we're going to get the individual styling based on which item we are talking about. So the index of the array, if it's 0, we'll get the badge for the first place. If it's 1, we'll get it for the second. And if it's 2, we'll get it for the third place. Now, inside of this view, all we're going to do is just put the ranking of it. So we'll put a text here, and the ranking is going to be if it's first place, second, or third. Now, the way we know if it's first, second, or third is by using the key, because key is like the index of the item in the array, right? So if you know anything about arrays in computer science, they start from 0. So we do have to increase it by 1 so that it shows 1, 2, 3 instead of 0, 1, and 2. Perfect. We're now displaying them in the screen. Now, below this view, I want to put another text, and this will just show the title of the habit. So I'm going to say item.habit.title. And then below this, I'll then put the best streak of this habit. So I'm going to say item.beststreak. Perfect. Now, all of them obviously have the streak of 0 again, but that's beyond the fact. So now we have successfully made this section, but it doesn't look like what you guys saw in the demo. Well, all of that was done with styling. So we're going to add some styles to this. I want to add a style for the total view here. So we're going to put style, and we're going to call this the ranking component or the ranking container. So let's say ranking container. Then I want to put one for these text. We're going to call it the ranking title. One for this one, we're going to call it the ranking row. And we already have one for this view, but we need one for the text. We're going to call it the ranking badge text. And then For this two, we're just going to call it the ranking habit and the ranking streak. Then let's go. Actually, let me also add on this text over here. I forgot. Let's put a variant to this. Let's make it headline small. So it's a little bit bigger, even though it says small. It's just that we now made it into a headline. Perfect. Now let's go down here and let's add the stylings that we just added. So we'll go down here. We'll go to below stat label and let's add a ranking container. This ranking container is going to be what's going to have a margin bottom, which is going to be 24. So there's some space in between the ranking and the bottom list. Then we'll put a background color, which is going to be pretty much just white. So FFF. Then we're going to have a border radius of 16, which matches the padding that is also going to be 16. And then below this, we'll put a shadow color. Actually, I'll just copy it. We just have a styling similar to this, right? Which one is it? It's this one. I'm going to copy all of this, and I'm just going to paste it here. Perfect. Now, the only change is I want to change the elevation of this to be 2 instead of 3. The shadow color should be the same. The shadow offset the same. Padding as well. Everything the same. I don't want to put a border width on this, so I'm going to remove this. Perfect. And I also don't want to put a border color because I didn't put a border width. Now below this, we're going to put a ranking title, and I know it's kind of big, but it's because they're going to appear on top of each other, but the individual items should be right next to each other, right? It shouldn't be one and then meditate, which is the title of the habit, shouldn't appear below. It should appear next to it. So for the ranking title, we're going to put a font weight to be bold so the top streaks look better. Then below this, we'll put a font size to be 18 so it's bigger. Then margin bottom to be 12. Then color, we're going to set it to be #7C4DFF. So it's kind of purple. And then we can actually put some letter spacing. It will look a lot better with this. Now, below this, we're going to put the ranking row so things don't look too cluttered and on top of each other. The way we do this is, as always, we set a flex direction to row. And then I want to align the items to the center because they're all on the left. So I'm going to say center. And then I want to put a margin bottom to be 8. I want to put a border bottom width to be equal to 1. And the reason why I'm doing this is so that it looks like a list, right? And then I want to put a color to it. I'm going to make it kind of grayish. So I'm going to say #F0, F0, F0. And then below this, I'll just put a padding bottom of 8. Perfect. Now it actually looks like a list. I'm so tired, bro. Then below this, let's put a ranking badge. We'll set the width to be 28. Then we'll set the height to be 28 as well. We'll set the border radius to be 14. We'll set the align items to be center. Justify content to be center. And we're also putting a margin right to be 10 and a background color to be E0, E0, E0. Perfect. Now I need to change this to height, and now it looks like a circle. Perfect. Now this ranking badge is applied to each of them. But remember, we made specific styling for the different positions in this list. We made a badge 1, a badge 2, and a badge 3. And it will change the color based on it. So I want to do this. The badge 1 is going to have a background color of gold because they're number 1. So I'm going to put FFD700. This is gold. Perfect. And you see, it's kind of yellow. Then I'll copy this and I'll make badge 2. It's not going to be gold. It's going to be silver. So I'm going to put a silver color, C0, C0, C0. And I'll change this to silver. And then finally, let's make the bronze, which is going to be badge 3. And it's going to be CD7F32. And it will look kind of bronze. Now, below this, let's just add the styling for the ranking badge text. It's going to have a font weight of bold. It's going to have a color of #FFF and a font size of 15. So it looks white and it's a little bit bigger. It looks a lot better in my opinion. Now we do have to apply some styling to differentiate the streak and the actual title of the habit. So the ranking habit will have a flex of 1, and then it will have a font size of 15 applied to the whole thing. And we're also going to have a color of #333 and a font weight of 600. Then individually, the ranking streak is going to have a font size of 14, a color of #7C4DFF, and we want to put a font weight of bold because it's purple, so it's kind of hard to see. So making it bold will make it easier to see. Now, finally, we're pretty much done with this screen. You can see we can swipe between this, and we have the top habit streaks at the top, and it looks pretty nice, right? We can complete different habits. They now appear here, see, automatically. And if I were to actually record this video and complete stuff day after day in a sequence, you would see that we would actually get the information for the streaks. Now, one thing I just noticed is that even though we haven't completed stuff in multiple times in a row, we should get the values for the current to be at least 1 because we are completing the streaks, right? We're not registering this correctly. And I just noted that it is because on this if-else statement over here, you know how we have this else statement here? This is actually incorrect. The else statement shouldn't be wrapping around this whole last date property. It should actually be wrapping around resetting the current streak equal to 1. And now you'll see that this stuff will update. Now it's still only 1. That's the only, actually the current, the calling an old friend. Oh yeah, it's detecting the best streak. Yeah, so that should appear first. Now, even though the current values are proper, you can see that the call an old friend is appearing at last. Now, the way we fix that is actually on this sort for the ranked habits, we just have to switch the order to be reversed. So we compare B to A instead of A to B. And you'll see that now, call an old friend is at the top, and it is the top habit. Perfect. I don't even have to show you guys my other version of this app that has an actual winner. This clearly shows that call an old friend is the habit that has the best streak. Now we have successfully built this app. And I know it took a while, and it is a simple app. However, I hope that this has taught you guys a lot about React Native and how to integrate React Native in a full stack way. I will also include a link to the part of this so a different branch of this repository for this project, in which I actually took this project and I implemented a lot of very specific best practices for you to how to divide your code, make it look, just organize it better using some libraries that I think could improve the code and so on. So if you're interested in that, I don't think it would be that important for this video, just because this video is React Native specific, and these changes I'm gonna make are actual changes that are just generally React instead of being something specific for React Native. So if you want to see this project, but also a version of it in which the code is following more best practices and being more organized, feel free to check the code in the description. Again, if you want to check out my new React course for beginners, it doesn't include React Native, but I am preparing a React Native course. Feel free to go and click the link in the description and check it out. We do have PPP pricing, which is a thing everyone started asking me about, and we have implemented that. So if you want to check that out and buy it in your own currency with adaptive pricing, depending on how much your currency can afford the course, feel free to check the link in the description, and I'll be really happy to have you guys enroll in the course. And yeah, that's basically it. Hope you guys enjoyed this video. Thank you so much for watching, and I see you guys next time.